Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please rule the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chasnall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingame, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Pope, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Matthew Canada, who is the pastor of Pilgrim Rest Missionary Baptist Church in Madison, Mississippi. And Dr. Canada is the guest of Senator Norwood. When the teams stand up, we get a lot of noise here, y'all. Welcome to the Capitol, and thank you for praying with us today. Invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Norwood. Dr. Canada.
Thank you. Let us pray together. O Lord our God, we come this morning in the chamber of the Mississippi State Senate, not to remind you of anything, but simply to say thank you. Thank you, Lord, for the men and women in this chamber. Bless all of us with the blessings you see we stand in need of. Lord, we thank you for our state leaders and senators for setting aside time to recognize and support Jackson State University in her endeavors and accomplishments. Lord, may your grace fill this chamber as our senators deliberate, discuss, and debate the complexities of the issues they face with clarity of mind. Strengthen them, Lord, for the task at hand to be done decently and orderly. Grant them discerning hearts of wisdom as they work together in a spirit of unity to carry out the responsibilities for the good of the state of Mississippi. Now, Lord, we thank you for what you have already done. And we thank you for what you are doing right now. And Lord, we thank you afresh for what you're going to do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Drummond, pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Canada. Thank you, Senator Norwood. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next we'll go, the ayes have it. Next we'll go to introduction of guests. Introductions of guests. Seeing none, we'll move quickly to floor presentation. Senator Williams, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for privileges for the Choctaw County Chargers, their coaches, staff, and several dignitaries from Choctaw County.
Privileges are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the guests to the chamber floor.
Bring him in here. Yep, he needs to be up front. Mr. President, we would also like to welcome Representative Joey Hood to the Senate. Welcome to your Senate, sir.
Welcome, Representative Hood. Hopefully you'll learn something here.
We're about to get there.
Come on in, gentlemen.
Squish in. Real technical term. We ready? Okay, well, great. Well, welcome to the Mississippi Senate. And as you folks know, I get the honor and privilege of representing the good folks from Choctaw County. And as you know, last year, we did a resolution for a fellow that had a lot to do with that flag up there from Choctaw County. This year, we're going to honor these kids, their coaches, and staff for winning the football championship, 3A championship. With that being said, Mr. President, I would like to ask for floor privileges for Coach Dylan Mitchell to address the Mississippi Senate.
Coach Milt. Dylan, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate. Please proceed, sir.
Good morning, guys. Want to, on behalf of Choctaw County, our superintendent, our school district, our football program, just say what an honor it is to be here with you guys today. And just, we're excited and extremely proud of our accomplishments, and just appreciate you guys having us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you please read the title of the resolution?
Senate Resolution Number 4, a resolution commending and congratulating the Choctaw County Chargers football team and Coach Dylan Mitchell for winning their first MHSAA Class 3A state championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Choctaw County Chargers football team and Coach Dylan Mitchell for winning their first MHSAA Class 3A championship, and extend the best wishes of the legislature to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Dylan Mitchell and Choctaw County Principal James Kachkai, forwarded to the Choctaw County Board of Education, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Congratulations.
Senator Williams. Okay.
We're going to do some pictures and we'll be done.
Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. Senator Norwood, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to request floor privileges for
You're recognized for an introduction.
Jackson State University president and coaches and staff.
The privileges are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please escort our guests in to the chamber floor?
Privileges for
You're recognized for an introduction.
Jackson State University president and
What's the echo?
coaches and staff.
The privileges are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please escort our guests in? Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate colleagues, 2024 was a banner year for Thee I Love. From the classroom with a conference high grade point average, a record success in the respective arenas, the softball field, the tennis court, the Super Bowl, the Celebration Bowl, and the prestigious Rose Bowl. Now in 25, the halls of the Mississippi State Senate. Mr. President, at this time, I'd like for the clerk to read the resolutions, titles.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. That's Senate Resolutions 21, 22, and SCR 507. If you would, Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Resolution number 21, a resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson State University Sonic Band of the South Marching Band and Director, Dr. Roderick Little, for their electrifying performance at the 2025 Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Jackson State University Sonic Boom of the South Marching Band and Director, Dr. Roderick Little, for their electrifying performance at the 2025 Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California, and extend the best wishes of the Senate for future successes. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the Director and staff of the Sonic Boom of the South, forwarded to the President of JSU, Marcus Thompson, and the Board of Trustees of IHL, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have 5 outstanding units here today. The tennis team. Would you recognize the tennis team? Coach, raise your hand. And if our tennis team would stand. We have our girls, our women's softball team. You will stand, the coach. The 50th anniversary of the Princeton J-Sets. The illuminating Sonic Boom of the South. Fresh back from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. And ladies and gentlemen, the Jackson State University Tigers football team, winners of the Cricket Wireless Celebration Bowl, the national HBCU champion here in the city of Jackson. And this is the trophy that that's 2 parts now. So, Mr. President, at this time, we would like to present the resolution to each of the teams. If the tennis team coach will come forward, the softball team, the representative from the J-Sets, and Dr. Little with the Sonic Boom, and receive the resolution. Okay. Tennis team? Okay. All right. Softball? Okay. Good. And it's kind of hard to maneuver all this, so you all understand. When you're champion, you're just champion. Okay. At this time, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Could I get ask permission for our president of I Love, Dr. Marcus Thompson, to have a few words?
Yes, sir. Dr. Thompson, you're recognized to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Mr. President, thank you for your time. And Senator Norwood, we are grateful for this opportunity. And I would like to begin by saying thank you to all of you for your support of I Love Jackson State University. And it's an honor to stand here as the 13th president of this amazing institution and to have all of our alums, our faculty, staff members, and our students here today. We are so grateful for the support that you have provided, which shows that you believe in the mission of our great institution. The appropriations that you allotted for us on last year, it shows that you believe in our mission, and we're grateful for that, and even the mission of expanding into the downtown area with the appropriation that you provided for the Marriott as well. So we're grateful for that. And as I stand here today, we're so excited to have champions among us, our national HBCU champions, and the band who performed so well, not only representing Jackson State, but Mississippi at the Rose Parade. And we're grateful for all of our coaches, our amazing athletic director as well, who has led us by hiring great leaders for all of our teams. And I want to close by saying Mississippi, or Jackson State rather, is not just a Mississippi university, it's Mississippi's future. So every dollar that you appropriate goes to furthering the economy in the city, the economy of the state. So we are forever grateful for all that you do and your support for us. And we, again, are grateful to be here and be celebrated today, and we thank you for that.
And I just like to say, a point of personal privilege, this year I didn't make many games, and I understand we have two of my colleagues that made more games than I did. And I was kind of jealous of that. And that was Senator Briggs Hobson and Senator, my friend, Senator Harkins, made more games and had more fun than I did this year. So hopefully I'll be back on the proud next year. At this time, Mr. President, we'll get the resolution for the National HBCU Champions read.
Hold on one moment, Senator. Please read the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 507, a concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson State University Tigers football team and head football coach T.C. Taylor for winning their first Celebration Bowl, claiming the historically Black Colleges and Universities National Championship, and for their outstanding 2024 season. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Jackson State University Tigers football team and head coach T.C. Taylor for winning their first Celebration Bowl, proclaiming the historically Black Colleges and Universities Championship, and for their outstanding 2024 season, and extend to the team, coaches, administration, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach T.C. Taylor and the Jackson State University Tigers, forwarded to JSU President Marcus Thompson and the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, we had Jackson State had so many honors, so I won't go through all of those. But these guys standing here were the recipient of various honor, national, and awards, a part of the football team. But Mr. President, at this time, I would like to ask permission for head coach T.C. Taylor to have a few words.
Coach Taylor, recognized.
Yes, sir. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Truly a blessing to be here, and I really appreciate the invite down to the Capitol. I woke up this morning and started getting dressed, and anytime you have an invite like this, you know you're doing something right. You know you're doing something right. I can think back 2 years ago when the transition was going on with me being the head coach. I came down and spoke to you guys for a SWAC championship, and here it is 2 years later. I brought something a little extra now, a national championship trophy. I have to recognize, though, President Thompson, A.D. Robinson, these two right here, I mean, a very important piece to what we did this year. Those guys, they gave me everything I needed in order to be successful. And when you have that kind of leadership
it's important for me and my staff and everybody in that building to get it right. And that's what we did this year. These young men you see right now up above right here, I can't say enough about their group. They believed in me, my coaching staff. So it's just been truly a blessing, you know, to have this trophy and the things that we were able to accomplish this year. And we're looking forward to, you know, bigger and better things going forward. So it's a great day to be a Tiger. And again, thank you for having us.
And Mr. President, not only were they good athletes, we had this year, just last week I believe it was, we had these young men, two of the young men here, Jacoby Morgan and Herb Mulligan, led a conversation regarding gun violence. And it was extremely encouraging to see young men on a college campus to have that conversation. So if you all would just give them another applause along with our coaches and our AD, that's right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Thank you, Jackson State, the home of champions.
We're going to go this way.
Okay, we'll move to the, at this time we'll move to the calendar of the day. We'll start with finance. Item 1 on the calendar, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 1, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 2, Senate Bill 2845, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain item 1, Senate Bill 2145, go to item 2, Senate Bill 2845, and ask the title be read.
Senate Bill 2845, alcoholic beverages, require permit suspension or revocation after sequence of violent deaths on bar or restaurant premises.
Senator, usual motion.
Usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, my motion is that we're going to recommit the bill, but I think Senator Polk has touched on an issue that needs to be looked into further. I think we didn't, there were some issues that came up in committee that people had some genuine concerns, and I think it's not against the effort of what Senator Polk is trying to do, but maintain safety at some of these establishments. So we're going to recommit the bill, and I'm sure we'll study this further over the off season and hopefully have a bill prepared next year that will address some of the trouble spots across our state with violence and repeated violence at the same establishment, and how to deal with that. Give Department of Revenue and ABC some more tools to combat that and help our communities be a little safer. So with that, my motion is we recommit the bill.
Motion is to recommit the bill. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 3 and 4 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain items 3 and 4 and retain their place on the calendar. We'll go to Rules calendar, which will pass and retain their place on the calendar, Senator Michelle. And we'll go to, let's see, item 26, motion to reconsider calendar. Anyone, 26, 27, 28, 29, or 30 on the motion to reconsider? Pass and retain their place on the calendar, and along with 31 through 39. Senator Parker, which item, please?
Go to item 32 and call it up, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2750, DMH required to promulgate performance standards and perform periodic audits to assess community mental health centers.
Senator Parker.
Move to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's been tabled. We go to items 33 through 39, 36. Senator Chazanal,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call that up and ask that title be read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill 2869, Mississippi Native Spirit Law, revised to include craft spirits.
My motion is that we do reconsider the bill and for purposes of an amendment.
Motion is we do reconsider the bill. Any questions? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no.
All right,
The
thank
ayes
you.
have it. The bill's up for reconsideration.
I'd like to recognize Senator McMahon for the amendment.
Senator McMahon.
I have an amendment.
Have it it's on the screen, Senator. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for the amendment.
I support the legislation we passed yesterday for the craft wineries and distilleries in the state. But what this legislation is going to do is compromise the three-tier system that we currently have, and it's going to jeopardize DOR and ABC to possible lawsuits. So what I'm asking to do is that we maintain the system we have. These amendments that I'll offer all in one amendment will correct. It's a technical correction, and it will match what the House of Representatives has passed as well. I yield for questions on the amendment.
We do have a question, Senator. No question, Senator. Motion.
Motion that we adopt the amendment.
Motion. I'm sorry. Wait, Senator Hill has a question first, I think. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield Senator Hill for a question on the amendment, Senator.
Yes, on the amendment.
So Senator McMahon, you yield Senator Hill.
If she has a question, yes, sir.
Yeah, Senator, you recognize.
So just basically, what is this amendment changing from the original bill?
It's a technical to eliminate some of the retail licensing permittees that would have allowed, it would have allowed for direct shipments of products from surrounding states into the state.
Okay, so we're blocking shipments into the state with this amendment from outside the state.
What we're doing is maintaining the three-tier distribution system we currently have without opening up DOR, ABC to potential lawsuits, and this will match the House legislation. There is a bill in a different piece of legislation to allow for direct wine shipments. This is not what the intent of this is.
So we got another bill that's going to allow direct wine shipments, but right here we're limiting native or craft distillery products from being shipped inside the state from outside. I think I understand it now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are any other questions?
I think Senator Robertson wants to speak to the amendment.
Senator Robinson.
Mr. President, I just want to say I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the motion is we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator?
I yield.
Senator Robinson?
Mr. President, I move for final passage based on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing Senator Hill is no. Senator Chisholm is no. Senator Parker as present. Senator Tate as no. Anyone else? Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons, you have an introduction.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You're recognized for an introduction.
I have two introductions, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, you're recognized for both.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, in the West Gallery, we have my sister-in-law, Mayor Eric Simmons' beautiful wife, Dr. Tamika Simmons. She is here with Mississippi Delta Community College. She's the director of the Greenville Higher Education Center in Greenville. I asked the Senate to make her feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate.
And also, a former Senate junior page, my nephew, who is on the JSU football team, Eric Simmons. Eric, will you please stand?
Welcome, Eric.
Yep. Thank you all, and if we can have the football team and all the other auxiliary sports to meet on the second floor for a picture. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Okay, Senator Parker.
Go to item 37, Senate Bill 2562, have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2562, Circuit Clerk Fees, increased fee for each day's attendance of clerk and deputies upon court adjourned.
Senator Parker.
Move to table the motion to reconsider.
Senator moves to table the motion to reconsider. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion to table prevails. We'll go to 3839. We'll pass and retain those items. Go to item 40, Senator Filling. Oh, Senator Bryan. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. There is a lot of background noise and rumbling in the chamber. I simply cannot hear what is taking place at the podium. I know it's not any one individual's fault, but it's just impossible to figure out what's going on.
Senator Bryan, you may have noticed I picked up the gavel right before you said that. I was about to hit it, and then it began to quieten down, so as the people in the gallery left. So thank you, Senator, calling it to our attention. Okay, Senator Fillingham, item 40. Pass and retain. Okay, as 4142. Senator Williams, item 43. Will pass and retain. 44. Senator Carter, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up Senate Bill 2231, item 44 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2231, Clean Energy Defined.
My motion is that we recommit the bill and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
After further study on this bill, it was deemed that this bill is not necessary, and I think you all would agree. We pass way too many dang bills in this chamber, so there's no reason to have y'all vote on another one. So I ask that you vote to recommit the bill.
Are any questions? Say no questions. The motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted. Thank you, Senator Carter. Go to Senator Younger. Senator Younger, pass and retain. Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, pass and retain. Let's see. Senator Bryan, pass and retain. 47, 48, 49, all of those and the ones above will retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 50, Senator Turner Ford. Pass and retain that item as well. Go to item 51, Senator Parker. General calendar, item 51. Pass and retain. Pass and retain 51, 52, 53. Go to insurance, Senator Michelle. Senator Michelle, item 54 will pass and retain. Senator Suber. Senator Suber wish to pass and retain on item 55, so we'll go to item 56. Item 56, pass and retain. 57, wildlife will pass. We'll go to 58, Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass and retain items 58 and 59 on the calendar, and we go to item number 60 and ask the title be read.
So we'll pass and retain 58, 59, go to item 60. So you're recognized, Senator.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2525, Cosmetology and Barbering Technical Amendments.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Ask that Senator Robinson be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Senate Bill 2525 is a cleanup bill that conforms the language to the language when the bill was passed last year. In Section 1, it adds the language Board of Cosmetology and Barbering, and it also adds the language non-vocational in purpose. If there are no questions, I move passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we'll go to item 61, Senator Polk. Senator McMahon, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose, please?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized for an introduction.
Senators, today in the gallery we have some very special guests. On behalf of Senator Bryan and myself, I ask that the students and the parents of the students representing the mighty Golden Wave High School would stand. As you know, this year, Tupelo High School was the undefeated 7H state championships. These students are here today representing their high school and the city of Tupelo. Let's give them a warm, big Senate welcome. I also recognize their sponsor is here, Mr. Jimmy Stevens.
Thank you very much. Welcome to your Senate. Congratulations on the year that you guys have had. Okay, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 61, let it retain its place on the calendar, and move to item 62, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2507, Mississippi Money Transmission Modernization Act, enact.
Make your usual motion.
Senator makes use of motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like for you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the bill.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain the bill.
This is a bill brought to us by Senator Polk, but by request of the Mississippi Banking Commission. What we have here is really a simple bill. It's a lengthy bill, but it's really simple. This is a bill that's just going to regulate and ensure the entities that are transmitting currency in the state of Mississippi meet the minimal capital bonding requirements and regulations. The Mississippi Money Transfer Modernization Act is designed to update and replace existing state laws governing the transfer of money. I want to be sure that everyone understands there's exemptions in here. This has nothing to do with the banks or the credit unions or the federally insured institutions within the state or the post office. This has to do with entities, companies that transfer money. For example, PayPal, Coinbase, Venmo, and this is a consumer protection to be sure that these entities, when you're transferring money wirelessly, that the Banking Commission in the state has purview and can regulate them. And on the Coinbase, I want to be sure you understand, crypto in this state is recognized as a commodity and not a currency, but it takes real currency to purchase the commodity, and that gives the banking purviews to protect the buyer and the seller. I yield for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
I believe we have an amendment.
Have an amendment? Amendment been brought forward? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have a committee sub that we do need to adopt first, Senator.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves to adopt the committee sub. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Now for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, you're recognized. Senator Hickman.
Thank you. So this is an amendment for our payroll processing service providers. And basically what this amendment would do is exempt them from this process. So it basically just takes them out of the definition. And so you can look at the amendment. It's pretty simple. We insert these lines after line 330. And I will yield if there be any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Senator McMahon.
The chair, Senator Polk, has communicated to me that he supports the amendment. I move for adoption.
Okay, no questions? Move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now for final passage, Senator.
Move for final passage based on the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call. As voting aye, the bill has passed. Thank you, Senator.
I yield.
Okay. Go to item 63, Senator England. Pass and retain that item. Pass and retain. Senator Simmons. Senator Sarita Simmons. You're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West and South Gallery, we have a group of individuals. On behalf of Senator Simmons and I, we would like to introduce the student leaders of Delta State University. Would you please stand? And also President Enos. Senators, let's please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to your Senate. Okay, we'll pass and retain item 63. Go to item 64. Senator, pass and retain also item 64. Senator Wiggins, 65.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 65, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2451, Mississippi Principal and Income Act of 2013, revised provisions relating to partial liquidation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This came to us from some practitioners, and I will say this is a very specific area of the law dealing with distribution of estates when they're a high dollar amount. And what was explained to us and came before the committee was that the law that was passed, this was done about 10 years ago. It was a uniform law. There's not been much court interpretation, and there's been issues with trying to address the law. So or the application of the law. And so what the bill is doing is allowing for a bank, trust, or deposit, or department, or other trustee to comply with its duty of impartiality between an income beneficiary of a trust and a remainder beneficiary of a trust when there's large dividends. And the amendment simply clarifies wording that has been an issue in the courts in these limited amount of cases. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions. Senator, a motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
All right, there was not an amendment, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's the final passage. Okay, Senator suggests you use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator Wiggins.
Ask that 66 we pass and it retain its place on the calendar.
Senator Barrett, I think we had a miscommunication. I didn't see you light up and your microphone wasn't working as well.
Yes, sir. I have an introduction.
You're recognized for an introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, with us today we have the president of the Mississippi Auto Dealers Association, Mr. Paxton King. Let's make Paxton feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to item 66. Judge, pass and retain 66. We'll pass and retain its place on the calendar. We go to item 67, Senator Derek Simmons. Pass and retain that item. Go to 68, County Affairs. That's him as well. So we'll pass 67 and 68, retain their place on the calendar. Senator Barr. Pass, retain item 69. Item 70, that pass it as well. Pass 70 and 71. We'll pass and retain those items. Senator Barnett, item 72.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, we call up item 72 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2233, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2233, study on dyslexia among inmates, authorize MDOC to conduct.
Senator Barnett.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we allow Senator Hickman to explain the bill.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this committee sub does is, this is a bill that's asking the Mississippi Department of Corrections to conduct a study on the prevalence of dyslexia among prison inmates, and to provide a report to us on, how many prisoners are affected by this. The reason for this study would allow us to track which prisoners are dealing with dyslexia. We'd be able to provide programming, post-relief assistance, and the idea is that it would decrease recidivism if we're able to get these individuals back into society, assist them with their disabilities, and allow them to move forward as productive citizens. We have several of our neighbors, I think that we call good neighbors in this state. Louisiana and Texas have done this study, and they show that there's a whopping about 40% of individuals in their prison population that have dyslexia. Just in comparison, about 5 to 15% of all people suffer with dyslexia. So they're seeing that there's a high probability in our prison population. If we can deal with that, we think we can get a great return on our ROI and begin to stop some of the recidivism that we're seeing. That is an explanation of the committee sub, and I will yield if there be any questions.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, all of this would be under medical doctor supervision from who will look at who's dyslexic, who have this complaint. I'm asking that question. It'll be under medical supervision.
Yes, yes, and what we'd be looking at is, again, a group that would come in and conduct an initial study to determine who needs a deeper look at them. But yes, it would all come from medical professionals.
Other states have done this, but this is the first time our state has been able to even consider that.
I think this is our first time considering it, but yes, it's sort of newer. Other states have done it, and we're basically seeing the results that they're getting that seem to be very positive results for the prison system and prison reform, and so we're grabbing on to something good this time.
What would these special students do in terms of serving their time if we find what we're looking for?
So what the idea is, and there's a lot of, from what I'm understanding, private entities that want to be involved as well. We would use the information data that we have to better educate them while they're in prison, to provide better programming, because we already provide a lot of programming, but to provide tailored programming, as well as, hopefully there's some private partnerships that will partner with them once they're out of the prison population that'll be able to better serve them.
And you probably will find that this, in many instances, causes them to be there. Would you think so?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers, I don't think you can deny it. The comparison between individual citizens who are not in prison and the prison population.
Okay. Thanks. Good idea. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, introduction at the proper time. Any other questions? Seeing no questions, motion, Senator.
My motion is to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Senator, do you mind, before you do the final pass, I think Senator Johnson maybe has an introduction.
Okay,
that
well,
he would like.
get no question in between that time and this time. I'm just kidding. Go
Oh,
ahead.
well, we got several more questions.
Go ahead.
That's why I wanted to let him do it now before his guests had to leave. Senator Johnson, introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, introduction. In the North Gallery, we have District 12 District Attorney Lynn Carter, and with him Assistant District Attorney Clay Cranford. Please help make them feel welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. Okay, now we go to introduction or question. Oh, introduction. Well, let's do the introductions out of the way so in case they have to leave. So, Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I'd like the Senate to welcome, on behalf of myself, Senator Parker, and Senator Blackwell, and Senator Jackson, two of our auto dealers in the crowd, if they would stand, and Mr. Bo Gilbert, and also Ms. Michelle Chapman, who's the daughter of Homer Skelton, who has done wonders for DeSoto County. We thank you both. Appreciate y'all being here.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Thomas, do you have a question also, or question?
I have an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Well, let's get these out of the way, Senator, if you bear with us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have with us Ms. Trudy Moody, and we ask her to stand, representing the Mississippi Car Dealers Association. Let's give them a warm Senate welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, Senator, that's all the introductions. That's all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests to use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call. So we have a present. Senator Tate, Senator McCon, present. Present for Senator Hobson, present for Senator Chisholm. Senator Chisholm is a no. And Senator Carter is a present. Senator Baird is a present, and Whaley as present, and Berry as present. No? Whaley is a no. Excuse me. Senator Hill is a no. Senator Suber, present. Senator Suber is present. Anyone else? All right, you want to read those back? We had several. So let's make sure we have them correct, because I want to make sure that ones that were voting present are present and not no.
Voting present, McMahon, Carter, Tate, Suber, and McCon. Voting no, Chisholm and Whaley.
Okay, no one else. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. Okay, we'll go to Senator DeBar, item 73.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a motion to suspend the rules to return to item 71.
Motion to suspend the rules to return back to item 71. Anyone objects? There are no objections, Senator. We'll go back to item 71.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motions.
Senator? Well, we need
title,
to read
please.
title first, yeah. Please read title.
Senate Bill 2152, Secondary School Interscholastic Athletics, Establish Property Interest in and Guarantee Due Process.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a motion at the proper time. I want to recommit the bill, but I want to let Senator McMahon and Senator Robinson explain why we're going to recommit it before we take the vote. So
Okay.
if you could recognize Senator McMahon.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Senators, I'll keep my remarks brief, but I did want to bring it to the attention of the body because there's so much pent-up frustration in this room with the Mississippi High School Athletic Association. For our friends in the gallery and for those at home, the Mississippi High School Athletic Association sounds like an official government agency, but it is not an agency. It is a private company. This private company takes public school, public funds, it's a membership fee, and then they organize all the state championships in the state. We've had multiple cases of where I feel like they've acted inappropriately. and they were unresponsive. This year, we did some incredible work with this organization through the peer committee, and the chairwoman is going to speak to it as well. But the Mississippi High School, the MSHAA, they were not forthcoming with a lot of the information that we requested. They certainly took their time on some issues. I do want to say that their executive director extended me every courtesy and took my phone call every time I called him, in spite of some illnesses that he's dealing with. So I do want to say that the director was very professional and did everything he could to accommodate my request. But here's the bottom line. The Mississippi High School Athletic Association has been not providing students due process. And what I mean by that is many of the complaints are verbal. There's no written complaints. And also, they have been denying counsel to their students. So when the students would go before the board to appeal a decision of the board would have their attorney present, but they would deny the student and the family right to counsel. And that is inappropriate. That's a fundamental American right to have a right to legal counsel, just as their board has a right to counsel. There was a good bit of legislation dealing with them this year, but this particular piece of legislation that the chairwoman and I co-authored was a light attempt to create due process. And I do want to say the board has relented, and they have come to us, and they are going to put in some due process. They're going to start issuing written statements of complaints. They're going to, if someone has a complaint, it's going to have to be in writing. They're going to allow for due process, and they're going to allow the students, these student athletes, and their families right to counsel. So they're moving in the right direction. So I wanted an opportunity to bring it to your attention. If they do not continue to make good policy decisions and allow good due process for the students, then we will bring something back next year and deal with them. But I'm going to support the motion. It was my recommendation, and I appreciate the chair that we will recommit the bill. But I yield for the chairwoman.
Senator, do you want to take a question, or you just yield the podium?
I've yielded. I mean, I've said what I need to say.
Okay. Senator yields the podium.
Thank you.
Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator McMahon. Just to add a little bit on the background of where this bill came from, the legislation arose out of a recent report from PEER. It was regarding the Mississippi High School Activities Association. And during PEER's review, we learned that when appealing adverse decisions of the association, parents or students could not have an attorney directly representing them in the hearing. And our goal is to make sure that our students, athletes, are heard. So the bill that we had was that it would be that athletes or their parents, when appealing a decision by the association, they would have the right to have an attorney make arguments and presentations for them directly to the association's executive committee. So I appreciate Senator McMahon's work on this bill and the chairman's work on this bill, and I do thank PEER for the good work they do and the reports that they send to us.
Senator Robinson, I think you have a question. Do you yield the podium, or will you take questions?
I will yield the podium, and we'll go to the chairman.
Yield to the chairman. Okay, Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, none of this came...
Wait. Do you yield Senator Jordan for a question?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, all of this came as a result of the report from PEER Committee. Other than that, it has been going on for some time?
Correct. There was a peer report done, and I think that was the emphasis for the bill filed by Senator McMahon. However, since that time, and since it's come out of committee, he's worked with the association and kind of rectified some of those issues, to my understanding, and that's why we're going to end up recommitting the bill.
So you found all this unfairness as a result of the peer report?
Well, we just Yeah, the bill was filed because of the
Okay.
peer report, yes.
All right. And the commission never mentioned it.
The commission never,
Mentioned the kind of service that the commission, that they were given was not fair to all of the students in athletics.
well, I think more than likely every person in here has had an issue at one time or the other with the association.
Of course.
And hopefully has had it rectified. In some cases, it can't be to their satisfaction, and so that led to their peer report, and that's why the bill was filed. And I think the bill did bring to the attention of the association some of the issues, and I think they recognized some of those issues and they rectified them at this point. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah. And this is major too, isn't it?
This is what?
Major, large, as reference to this students' result.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Okay, Senator McCon, I know we're about to finish up, but I think he has some guests that want to leave. If you don't mind, yield to Senator McCon for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. They're on their way out. Mr. Neil McCarty, Superintendent Tyler Hansford, and Union High School government class is up there. They're on their way out the door. Y'all make them feel welcome to the Senate.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, I'm sorry, Senator Barr.
If there are no further questions, my motion to recommit the bill.
Motion is to recommit the bill. Senator Derek Simmons, okay, well, hold off for introduction. Recommit. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. Thank you, Senator Barr. Now, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator David Jordan, and also Senator Reginald Jackson, I'd like to introduce the faculty, staff, and administrators of the Mississippi Delta Community College. They are in the North Gallery. Would you all please stand, and I ask the Senate to make them feel welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay. Let's see. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 73. Call that up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2618, School Attendance Officers Transfer Responsibility and Employment from MDE to Local School Districts.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a committee sub, and I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, sir. So this is a bill that has been out there for a couple of years that I filed, and in working with the Department of Education that deals with school attendance officers, and they've been moved around over the years from the DA to this Department of Education. Well, this bill is going to move them to under the local control of your school districts. And so working with the department, we've come up with what I believe is a good bill that survived the committee. We had good questions to present to you today. So I'll explain brief explanation of the bill. Currently, the SAOs, or school attendance officers, are employed by the Department of Education. This bill will transfer their employment responsibility to local school districts effective July 1 of this year. School districts will directly employ and supervise the SAOs. Charter schools are also included, and they will be monitored by the local SAO. The state will fund one SAO for every 3,000 students. We're moving the minimum salary of an SAO up to $34,000. That'll be the minimum. Presently, SAOs are averaging about mid-20s at this point, so it's a very needed pay raise. Now, districts can provide more pay for them as well, so this is just a minimum. But the state will pay $34,000. Locals can supplement that as they see fit. Their unused accumulated leave will transfer from the department to the local district. They'll maintain their viability, their enrollment in PERS, as well as the state insurance program. If an SAO has responsibility over 2 school districts, the larger school district will maintain the fiscal responsibility over the SAO. And that's through July 21st of 2026. At that point in time, they can enter into a cost-sharing agreement for the school, SAO. Nothing changes regarding background checks, regarding the SAOs. SAOs are required to work with students not attending school and to work with the youth courts. I know Senator Wiggins, Chairman Wiggins has had many hearings on that and discussions on that. And so we're trying to help increase and bring awareness to absenteeism of our students. MDE will provide oversight training and professional development of our SAOs. Local school districts must report truancy data to the department and take corrective action if absenteeism rates exceed state mandated thresholds. By 2027, the department and the Superintendent's Association shall make a joint report evaluating the transition to the local school districts and any recommendations to make it better. School districts are now required to report a student's absence. Anything above at 5 or more must be reported to the SAO within 24 hours of that 5th absence. And that is an explanation of the committee sub. This takes effect. Transition begins July 1st of this year. And like I said, by 2027, we should get a report as to the effectiveness of the transfer. At the proper time, I will have an amendment regarding the salary. We had some duplication of language in the bill about SAOs getting a minimum salary of $34,000 or 25%. We're removing, the amendment would remove the 25% to make it clear the minimum salary is $34,000. So
Okay.
that's the explanation. I'll yield for questions.
Thank you. Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
You yield, Senator Jordan.
I yield, yes.
Senator Jordan.
A few years ago, we had such a program. It seemed to have withered away. And as a result, we are putting some more teeth in it because will you agree that there are too many sleep outs, hangouts, standouts, Walmart out, if I have to say so, and all students should be in school. Is that the purpose of this?
Well, we're trying to increase students reporting to school. The chronic absenteeism rate, however you define that term, is too high.
Yes, sir. I guess, well, this is a good thing, and how many it's based on the population of the school district. It will determine how many the state will pay for.
Yeah.
And the state will pay them a salary of $34,000, I believe.
Minimum 34. And the goal is to have 3,000 students per SAO, yes.
3,000 students per SAO.
Yes.
Well, this is a good bill, and I'm glad to see it come back into place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Horn, for a question.
Yes, I do.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator DeBar, Senator Jordan asked a couple of questions that I wanted. What is going to be the average salary for school attendance officers?
I don't know the average because the state will fund a minimum of $34,000. That's what the state funding will be. Local districts can provide any supplement above and beyond that they see, that they determine they see fit.
Can you tell me what SAOs are making now?
It's my understanding the average salary, or starting salary, is around $24,000, $25,000.
Okay, and the state superintendent will have responsibility for setting the standards for these SAOs, right?
That's correct, and then they'll direct policy down to the local districts and so forth. Yes.
And the local superintendents will have direct supervision of these officers?
That's correct.
And they be housed within the local school district?
That's correct.
And would every school district have an SAO?
That is the goal. Some districts are so small that, it doesn't warrant one SAO per district. That's why, beginning in 26, they can go ahead and have a cost sharing where they got two districts together.
Right.
Yes.
And so the 3,000 number is how they'll get to that by servicing
correct.
multiple school districts possibly?
Yes.
And do you know what the total number of SAOs would be?
Well, we've got approximately 148 school districts, including charter schools in our state, so I would assume something around that number.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Horn.
Senator Hobson, what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce a group of students from St. Aloysius High School. This is the 12th grade government AP class. I'm going to ask them to stand along with their teachers, Jennifer Gray, Chesley Lambiot, and Walker Mosby. And I would also point out, Mr. President, that this is the high school of our own President of the Senate, the Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hoseman. So y'all make them welcome this morning.
Welcome to your Senate.
And Mr. President, if I may,
Yes,
one
sir.
other introduction too. I think a group of Vicksburg, a leadership Vicksburg group has walked into the gallery. I don't see them, so I'm assuming they're in the North Gallery, and they are. And I would ask them to stand, and my colleagues here in the Senate to make them welcome as well.
Welcome to your Senate. Thank you, Senator. I don't know if these are questions or introductions, Senator. So, Senator Polk, question? You yield Senator Polk for a question.
I do, but I want to recognize, if I have an introduction, Mr. President, real quick.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. My former colleague over here was Senator Blunt, House colleague, former Representative Steve Holland, if we could recognize him.
Welcome to the Senate. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I'll yield for questions from Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, it's a numbers game. We have one SAO per 3,000 students. If we have 5,999, that district would still only have one officer.
They could hire more if they seem fit. You know, that's a lot of caseload for one person, and so if they think that they need more, then they can work with the Department of Education to get another one. Yes.
So it's not in stone that they couldn't get it.
No,
if
there's not.
They could possibly.
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yeah, we don't want to limit it. Basically, going back to the questions from Mayor Jordan, with the absenteeism rate we have in our state, we want to get more kids in school.
Senator McMahon, what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
I appreciated Senator Barr's recognition of his former colleague, but I don't think that was quite a grand entrance for such a big personality. According to this Netflix, we have the former representative, the poet, the novelist, and apparently one of the kings of Tupelo here today, the Reverend Steve Holland. Let's give him a proper king welcome.
Welcome. Okay, Senator Turner, you have a question?
Yes, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question.
Yes, I do.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman DeBar. I'm looking at the portion of the bill that deals with charter schools. And I think...
What line you on, Senator?
Hold on one second. It's around 165, but it may be above it. It starts at section 5, which begins at line 146. And so my question is, it mentions that if there is a charter school that is in a district, the school attendance officer must enforce school attendance for the charter school in addition to those other schools. What contributions is the charter school included in this supplement that could be provided to the school attendance officer?
I think there's language in the bill later that talks about school districts working with each other to come together with an agreement to enter into cost sharing for that. Yes, but yes.
And so if it's in the cap, did you mention that there's a cap in terms of the number of students that can be evaluated by a school attendance officer? So is it anticipated that these school attendance officers will work in regions or across counties?
Regions, counties, kind of like they are now. We're just transferring them to the local districts. Yes, but yes, we're not trying to move any of the SAOs anywhere. We're just trying to keep them where they're at. and the local districts can determine where they think it's best that the SAOs work out of. So yes.
And do we anticipate any changes with their vacation, under supervision, personnel board? All of that will then be subject to local control?
I have to get back with you on that one. I would think they're still, the local supervision of them is going to be with the local district, so my assumption is yes, but I don't want to mislead you here, so I'll look into that and I'll get back to you, yes.
And then my next question would be, who would have the authority to hire, fire these particular employees?
It's all going to be with the local districts, but in conjunction working with the department, but yes.
So would the local districts have to reach a consensus on who the school attendance officer would be?
Yes.
I'm assuming there will be multiple school districts.
Right, yeah, the locals control whoever works for them, you know, basically they can hire and fire is what I believe is going to happen, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Sarita Simmons. Question?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Simmons, Senator Jackson, and myself, we would like to introduce our great friend, Dr. Stephen Jones, President of Mississippi Delta Community College. Senators, let's please give him a warm welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Welcome to your Senate. Senator Williams.
Question, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work on this. I know you probably don't like to see me come in the first of every session. We've talked about this several times, so I'm grateful for the traction that's being gained here. Current SAOs in the system that may be above that minimum entry point, there's one I know she's really great. She's right at that number. Do you know if they will be graded up or not, or is that a decision that would be made at the school district level?
It's a local school district.
So basically the minimum will be 34,000, but there's not a tiered rating like in teachers?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for your work.
And thank you. You and I've discussed this issue for several years, and I appreciate what you've done on the bill as well. So thank you.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. Would you, the sub...
Move for adoption, the committee sub.
Senator moves for adoption of committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The committee sub's adopted. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the amendment that I discussed earlier, and it's going to strike the words "and shall be paid at the salary established for the fiscal year 25 plus an additional 25%. That is not correct. That's on line 320. The amendment is to strike that language completely.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? No questions.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator.
If there are no questions, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 1:30.
Motion is we stand in recess until 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess till 1:30.
at that seat over there. I can't turn my button off.
Oh, you've been
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator England.
Call my what?
Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Carter. We're on 75, Senate. 75, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I call this item up, I'd like to make an introduction.
Please do, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will pay attention to the North Gallery, we have Alberto Gonzalez with Centra, Ricardo Borch, Jim Pettis, and Danny Cooper with Phelps Dunbar. If you would all make them welcome to your Senate.
Welcome. We're glad you're here. Appreciate you looking at our state for construction of roads and bridges. All right, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2226, item number 75 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2226, rate regulated public utility allowed to exercise certain rights in connection with the utility's duties.
Mr. President, I make the motion that we commit this bill.
Motion to commit.
Recommit it.
Recommit. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill is recommitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2227, item number 76 on today's calendar, and call it up. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2227, Wind Turbine Study Committee, study potential unintended impact of wind turbine usage in agriculture.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a committee sub on this bill, but I'd like to be recognized to explain before.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Okay, so this is a study committee for wind turbines in the state of Mississippi, and the reason for this bill is to study. There's been a bunch of concerns dealing with various issues, wildlife, groundwater, and what we're going to do here is we're going to do a study on wind turbines and see if they have the opportunity to negatively affect the environment or not. We had a hearing with a joint hearing with wildlife earlier a couple weeks ago, and there was no definitive evidence on either side of the argument whether wind turbines are negatively affecting such things as aquifers, wind turbines, crop dusting planes. There have been accusations on both sides, and I believe that a study committee is in order to determine whether this is an issue and if there's legislation that needs to be addressed. This committee consists of a representative from the Mississippi Public Service Commission, Department of DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, Mississippi State Agricultural Department, President of Mississippi Farm Bureau or designee, President of the Mississippi Agricultural Aviation Association, Mississippi Department of Agriculture and Commerce, Chairman of Senate Agricultural Committee, a governor appointee, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, a representative from the Delta Council. And Mr. President, I know that there is an amendment coming in regards to the appointment on this committee, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions before the amendment's proposed.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry, on the substitute. Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
Senator Rhodes. I would like to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, sir. Senator Rhodes. For what purpose, sir?
Amendment at the proper time, sir.
Please proceed. One second, please, sir. Okay, we've got it up on the screen. Senator Rhodes is recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay, on page 2, anyway, the amendment is just to add the Senate Energy and the House Public Utilities Committees and the Senate Wildlife and the House Wildlife Committees to this. we thought it was appropriate to add those after the hearings and the debate on the bill earlier. So that's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Wiggins?
Introduction out of order before he leaves.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. Like to send to welcome Al Lucky. Al, don't walk out the door. Al Lucky, husband and widow of our Jeannie Lucky, and on the personnel board, want to thank you, Al, for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wiggins. Senator Hill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Senator, you're recognized for a question, Senator Hill.
I guess I'm looking at I can't see the whole strike all.
Would you move that up?
But I guess my question would be, with the Mississippi State and DEQ appointees, would there be any place on the committee for just an unbiased scientist that maybe, like a NASA scientist or somebody that basically is an unbiased member with an extensive science background to serve on the committee?
Senator Hill, the governor has an appointee on there.
Okay.
He'd be more than welcome to appoint someone like that to the
Okay,
committee.
thank you, Joel. Senator?
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Williams?
Question on the amendment, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
You said the utility and energy committees. Is it the entire committee or a designee from each committee?
Designate from each committee.
Okay.
We added them to the list of.
One from
I
each
apologize.
committee.
That's right.
At the chair's choice.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the amendment? On the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion. Senator Rhodes?
Move we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping that Senator Whaley would have to handle the study committee, but Brian Rhodes caught me and added me to the study committee, so thanks, Senator Rhodes. Anyway, I move passage of the morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Butler, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Brumfield, present? Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 2 no votes, as indicated, Butler and Brumfield. All right, we'll go to Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 77 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2267, Mississippi Statewide Data Exchange Create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to call up the committee substitute, ask that we adopt it, and ask that you would recognize Senator Robinson to explain it.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2267 establishes the Mississippi Statewide Data Exchange Act. This bill is a crucial step toward modernizing our state's data infrastructure and improving government efficiency, and ensuring that our state agencies can securely share information to better serve the people of Mississippi. Right now, state agencies operate in silos with limited ability to share crucial data efficiently. This results in duplication of efforts, increased cost, and delays in service delivery to both our citizens and to businesses. Many Mississippians have to submit the same information multiple times when applying for state services, which is burdensome and unnecessary. A secure, cloud-based, statewide data exchange will improve coordination, reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies, and streamline the way government operates. First, this legislation directs the Mississippi Department of Information Technology Services to conduct a comprehensive study on the technical, operational, and legal considerations of a statewide data exchange. Secondly, this bill establishes a Chief Information Officer Council composed of IT leadership from state agencies to provide strategic oversight, governance, and policy recommendations for the data sharing initiatives. The third thing this bill does, it mandates the development and phased implementation of a secure, cloud-based, statewide data exchange platform to ensure seamless, compliant, and efficient data sharing across state agencies and occupational licensure boards. Finally, the bill sets forth a clear timeline to ensure accountability, with procurement beginning July 1, 2025, an initial feasibility study completed by March 2026, and full implementation by July 1, 2028. If there are no questions, I move to adopt the committee sub.
Questions on the substitute? Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
For you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Williams is recognized.
Thank you for your work on this, and I definitely applaud the effort in trying to go to this. The date of 2028, do we feel that's an achievable date?
Yes, Senator. This timeline came from the Department of IT, so they are confident with this timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, we're ready on your motion on the committee substitute.
I move to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. We're on the bill.
Mr. President, I move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator England, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item number 38 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2654.
One moment, please. Senator Polk, were you speaking on the prior?
No, sir. I had an introduction.
Please proceed. Please proceed, and then we'll get to you, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. To keep my friend Senator DeBar out of trouble when he was told do not introduce his wife, I'm old. I can do it. We need to welcome Kelly with us today and wish her well. She doesn't come often, so we're glad she's here. Let's give her a welcome.
Welcome, Kelly. We're glad to see you again. Welcome to your place where your husband works so hard. Okay, Senator England, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to suspend the rules to go back to item 38 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. We're back on the Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Polk. Pass and retain. Senator Parker. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett. Pass and retain. Senator Delano. Senator Delano. Senate, we're going to number 83. Pass and retain the others.
Mr. President, I'd like to send item number 83, Senate Bill 2834, to the heel of the calendar.
So moved. 84.
Mr. President, I'd like to bring up item number 84 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2835, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2835, Mississippi Emergency Communications Act, create.
I'd like to have you go through the usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Delano, are you recognized to explain the bill?
Mr. President, this is a committee sub, and I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
Recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill addresses changes to 911 services and provides assistance to counties and municipalities for providing emergency communication services, Historically, Section 19.530 or 301 through 343, titled the Emergency Telephone Services, has had multiple amendments to accommodate changes in technology since 1987. We have very different policies for each method of placing calls for assistance, whether it be from plain old telephone lines, commercial services, wireless, voice over IP, or even prepaid wireless. Fees range between $1 and $2 per line, and there's no consistency in fee remittance policies, and there's currently no way of auditing or reconciling the fees that are collected throughout the state. This bill is essentially a rip out and replace of these code sections to update and to conform with new federal guidelines for the next generation of emergency services. The passage of this bill is important for a number of reasons, but designates MEMA as our state NG 911 or next generation 911 coordinator, and that will provide and will qualify our local jurisdictions, both county and city, for federal grants that will be used primarily for planning and implementation. We've received early rounds of funding through these grants, but we've missed out on the later rounds because we did not have a state 911 coordinator in our code sections. Admittedly, this is a rather complex issue that over the past 5 or 6 years, the legislature has worked with a broad range of county and local officials, sheriffs, police, fire, and local emergency managers, as well as the telecoms, to bring you to this bill today. To be clear, this bill does designate MEMA as a statewide coordinator, but just about all functions of emergency communications is a local service and will remain a local service. This is largely a grassroots bill that is intended to improve transparency and accountability while providing resources to offset general fund demands for the substantial cost increase associated with migrating to an NG 911 system. This bill has a reverse repealer in it, and I anticipate additional cleanup language as this bill is digested and moves throughout the remainder of this session. So what are we talking about here? NG 911 is a statewide next generation 911 system that represents a comprehensive IP-based emergency communications infrastructure facilitating the seamless exchange of voice, text, data, and video between 911 callers, public safety answering points, or what are called PSAPs, and first responders. This system replaces the traditional circuitry switching that 911 infrastructure with a more flexible and robust system that is capable of handling multimedia communications and provides enhanced location services. This is going to be extremely expensive for our local jurisdictions to implement, and what we've seen across the country are a lot of these public safety answering points that have had to consolidate because the counties were not able to do that. We anticipate to see that here in Mississippi as well. This bill does require that all fees collected by from service providers are properly accounted for and allocated to the appropriate emergency communications districts, which are found traditionally in county-wide areas. The emergency communications service charge will be revised to a flat fee of $2 per phone line, cell phone, voice over IP, or prepaid wireless. Service providers are required to remit all fees to the Department of Revenue. This is a change because now there are some of these fees that are remitted directly to the counties and some that are directed to the state. This puts it all in one place and provides for a better accountability. This change aims to provide a more sustainable funding model for emergency services at the county level and designated funds specifically for NG 911 designation. An authority will be established within MEMA and led by a director and supported by a 13-member advisory board composed of subject matter experts from primarily local jurisdictions. This is a local board. This is not the state trying to take this over. It's these local officials, these 13 members, that will provide most of the guidance for MEMA in the direction that we do. The authority is tasked in developing a statewide NG 911 plan, as well as establishing standards and specifications for emergency communications districts' own NG 911 implementation plans. Geographical information systems, or the data, will be utilized to delineate emergency communication districts, and the authority will devise a distribution model to ensure an accurate and equitable dispersion of service charge fees. No more than 7% of the total service charge will be allocated for the administration of the authority and to implementation of a state NG 911 plan that will, in the state's NG 911 plan, will be an umbrella of services that will be provided for the counties and the locals to be able to utilize for a better cost savings when done on an enterprise scale. The remaining fees will be distributed to the ECDs across the entire state. At least 30% of the funds received by each ECD shall be used in a manner consistent with an approved ECD 911 implementation plan and shall be directed towards expenditures that are capital in nature. The remaining funds are restricted to provide emergency services and normal ECD operations or emergency communications district operations. All ECDs are required to adopt a plan, an NG 911 plan, by December the 31st. That's a brief overview of the bill. I need to do a little bit more, give you some additional information about the actual bill and the sections of it in itself. Sections 1 through 5 provide definitions and establish the authority and MEMA's role, purpose, duties, and authorities. It establishes that 13-member advisory board, and it tasks the authority with establishing the state plan and then implementing that plan. The authority will research and develop specifications and technical standards to outline the framework to guide emergency communications or emergency communication districts to develop their own plans. It will also evaluate the ECD implementation plans for consistency with the state plan and provide technical assistance during implementation. With respect to GIS, the authority will generate a formal map used to delineate the ECDs across the state and then will maintain the formula for distribution of fees collected to the appropriate ECD. The authority will also assist MEMA with review, audit, and reporting on both upstream and downstream administrative functions that were required within this act. Regarding the funding for implementation of state NG 911 plan and the administration of the authority, as I said a few minutes ago, no more than 7% of the total fees collected from the emergency communication service charges will be committed for those purposes. Section 6 through 8 is directed towards and details the collection and the remittance of the emergency communications fees. Again, it's a flat $2 rate for any type of landline, commercial or residential, to voice over IP, wireless or prepaid wireless. All service providers will now remit to DOR. Along with each payment, service providers will submit a schedule of billing addresses by zip code and in accordance with national standards for addresses that will be used by the authority to distribute the funds directly to the ECDs. In this bill, the fees collected are referred to as emergency communication services fees. Once the monies are aggregated by zip code, reviewed by the authority, and distributed through the distribution formula directly to the ECDs, the monies then are referred to as Emergency Communication Public Safety Trust Fund. Section 9, and this is the most important part in this bill for the counties. It's rather short, and I know I'm long-winded on this. Thank you. I see it. This is the section that all the counties and locals are going to focus on. Of the funds received by the ECD, the Emergency Communications Trust Fund, no less than 30% shall be restricted for implementation of ECD's approved NG 911 plans and shall be used solely for the migration from legacy 911 to NG 911. These expenses should be capital in nature and detailed in the ECD's emergency or next generation 911 plan. all restricted funds received by the ECD and accrue before approval of the ECD's 911 implementation plan shall be reserved solely for those purposes. Of the remaining funds that the ECD gets, the ECD is only limited to, the only limitation is that they must use these funds to spend directly on providing or delivering emergency communication services and for normal ECD operations. So at the end of the day, the city and the counties, the ECDs will receive more money through this program than what they receive today, and this will help them with their implementation. It also preserves the fact that 30%, they're going to need much more than 30% of this for implementation of a new plan, but the cost of this is going to be great, and we will allow the opportunity for them to accrue those funds so that they won't have to come and either ask their local taxpayers to pay for it through property taxes or to come up and ask us for a bond. The rest of the bill is nothing more than conforming language thereafter. So I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Once they
Senator.
wake up.
Senator, we have a few questions, but before we have an introduction, I think Senator England, for an introduction.
Yes, Mr. President, that's all I have is an introduction. I appreciated Senator Delano's brief explanation of his bill, but before we get back to his questions, I do appreciate being recognized for an introduction, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the West Gallery, we have a former classmate of mine, Miss Kristen Baber-Pugh, and her son, Nelson, who is here from Trent Lott Academy. And listen, this is on behalf of Senator Bryce Wiggins and myself. But Kristen was a classmate of mine, Bryce, not yours. You're too old for Kristen. But thank y'all so much for being here. Nelson, we're so glad to have you. Thank you.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, now we have a few questions. I think Senator Wiggins, actually, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was also going to add that Nelson was here job shadowing the pro tem of the House, and we told him he really needed to come and see where the real work got done over here in the Senate. And he has to go back and do a book report or a report. So we thank Nelson for being here and seeing how the Senate works. Thank you, Nelson, for y'all being here.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to your Senate. Senator Jordan. Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Jordan?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, all of this, and the emergency, all of this, but this to expedite time for emergency, because sometimes you call it's an emergency and it doesn't seem like one according to the time that it takes to respond. This will make the response easier and quicker.
Yes, sir. It's using the technology to the efficiencies to be able to provide a quicker response time and to provide more information to those that are responding to calls for assistance. Yes, sir.
So this is FEMA, you said MEMA?
MEMA.
MEMA, and that's the problem with it. The responses are not adequate now, and I think you would agree that's why we have this bill. This bill does make it better. That's what you're indicating?
Yes, sir. What we're doing is we're giving the locals a little more flexibility in how they use we're giving them more money, but they're also we're directing them to implement an NG911 plan. And I should tell everyone that the federal government is requiring everyone to go to this. Yeah. This gives us the ability to help minimize those costs to our local counties and cities.
The final thing I want to know, it does save time.
Yes.
Because the emergency is just what it said it is.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Sure.
Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate your hard work, and I appreciate all the collaboration you and I have had in the past on trying to work on these situations. But I'm looking at lines 850 through 853, where it says the Emergency Communication District shall have the authority to charge each non-qualified public user for costs associated with integrating and inclusion of the non-public user into the ECD system. What would be an example of a non-public user? Would that just be a citizen living in the area with a 911 address, or what? Define that for me.
No, ma'am. So remember, we're bringing IP technologies in. We're using GIS for a lot of aid in dispatching. There may be other companies that need to use or would like to use or that would piggyback on it. For example, an ambulance company.
Okay.
An ambulance company may do that, and they may need additional software support for their specific uses in
Gotcha.
dispatching. That's what that's
Okay,
for.
that makes sense. Now, the other part I wanted to ask you about, in the new code section, it talks about a $2 fee.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
So that's a $2 fee. That's so on your cell phone bill right now, on cell phones, it's $1. This is going from $1 to $2 for cell phone services. And that is the fee that we pay for each line that we have. And we're just making it consistent, so it's $2 across the board.
Can you refresh my memory on, once that is collected by those cell phone companies, where is it remitted in the state?
So currently, it's remitted to something that's referred to as, and you're going to all hear about this, called the CMRS boards, the Commercial Mobile Radio Systems. But CMRS board has collected this money over the years, and the municipalities and the locals have received 70% of those funds. About 25% of the funds goes into a bigger fund that's called CMRS, and that is used for telecom companies to do cost recovery for the extra hardware that they had to deploy and they had to put in every single cell tower to provide triangulation. That was prior to all of our cell phones having GPS chips. So there has been very little money that has been drawn down for those cost recovery measures. So it has accrued quite a bit of money.
How much?
About 84 million, somewhere in that change.
Okay, so
And there's all of our locals believe that since that's part of that service charge, that money is due to them.
I would ask that, I knew there was a big fund balance because we talked about that, like when you were trying to get the fee increase before. But I guess my question is, wouldn't you agree that we have a lot more cell phones being charged this fee today than maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago?
Yes, and we have probably even more landlines that have been canceled between 10 years ago or 15 years ago and today. And that's why we've seen such disparity in the county
Wouldn't
level.
you agree that a landline, I think they collected $2 on a landline, didn't they? Was it $1? So it was the same exact fee for a cell phone and a landline. So back when we had landlines, a family of maybe 4 or 5 people had one landline.
That's correct.
Now they all got cell phones. So I don't understand how cutting the landline off can even compete with the number of cell phones that people have now. Yet my county administrator continues to tell me that why don't we have more money in this fund, because we have way more cell phones than we had landlines. So I guess my question is, how can we, how can we understand the fact that they don't feel like they're getting hardly any more money, yet we've got so many more cell phones?
Yeah, so as you know, we've talked about this for 7 or 8 years. When I was in the House, I think we had something that was similar to this. I think my first year in the Senate, we brought something forward. There was, and we had some study committees through the Technology Committee to look at this. We've always known that there are problems with the way that CMRS is collected. There's no way for us to really account for a total number and to reconcile the total number of fees that are collected. And what we've done in this bill is we've provided that accountability model, and we've also provided an opportunity for us to audit what is coming from the service providers. Also, a lot of your businesses in your local area that used to have landlines, and sometimes they had 20 or 30 landlines, have all moved to voice over IP. So they've cut all of those landlines out, and then they've gone to voice over IP, and there is no way to account for that whatsoever. It really and truly, your emergency manager director in your local community has to go to that company and remind them that they have to remit that, because the companies are not required to do it. And there's no way for us, again, to know whether those services are being provided or not.
So on this extra dollar that would be added on the cell phone fees, would 20% of that still go into that fund that's sitting there with $80 million in it?
No, ma'am. You know, if this passes in its current form, no more money will go into that account. That account will be frozen. There are lines in this bill.
So it's going to be frozen.
Frozen. Now, here's the thing. The board that we talked about, the 13-member board that's in here, one of the things that they are required to do is to come up with a plan for what I called a CMRS NG911 implementation grant program. I know it's long-winded, but the point of that is that we wanted the locals to come up with some type of a grant program that they could bring back to us before next year. We've created the opportunity we've created a fund in this bill that's called the CMRS Grant Fund. And at some future date, I don't see that happening this year, but I would like to come back to this board or to this body and suggest that we have a strong grant program that's been brought before us, and that we want to transfer that money into the grant program to be distributed across the state to help with the implementation costs throughout the entire state.
I appreciate the explanation. I appreciate the direction you're going. But I guess another question would be, if there's language in this bill to audit that fund and to freeze the administrative 20% portion fund that's got like $80-something million in it, and we've been talking about this since you've been in the House, couldn't we, if it required legislation, although I'm not exactly sure that it would require legislation, to try to audit that fund and try to get track of that fund that the locals are so concerned about, would it not make more sense to try to audit that fund and try to freeze that $80-something million in that other fund before we add a fee increase to all our cell phone users, to look at what money is actually there that we could already distribute to the counties before we add a new dollar, before we double the cost on the cell phones?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a better analogy for this, but once that money goes into that CMRS fund, and monies are drawn from it for reimbursement purposes, it's very difficult to determine historically where that money came from. Taking the money that's there today and figure out historically where it came from for any type of a fair distribution. So what we've done is we've said we're going to freeze that account. There's no more money that's going to be going into it. The money that was going into that account flows down to the locals, and the locals are able to use that money immediately for their 911 services and the implementation plan that we discussed. So they get that. The money stays in that account. Once the board brings the plan back to MEMA, and MEMA then brings it back to the legislature, then we get to look at it and see if it warrants having that CMRS money moved over to try to help offset those costs.
But, I mean, the original legislation said that, I know it was loose, the original legislation on how they could use the E911 funds, and I don't have any problem tightening that up, but I guess I'm wondering why we would have to have them submit a new plan on top of what they're already doing. Some have very good emergency management plans. Why would they have to submit a new plan to MEMA to be able to get some of that money that they, in my mind, should have been getting all along for E911 services?
So I do agree.
That's a federal mandate?
Yes, ma'am. So I do agree that the counties should get that money, and that money should go to the counties. What we're doing is, like I said, this is a rip out and replace. We're having to basically rip everything out that we've got in our dispatches today and replace it with an IP-based system in a network. And that is the rip out and replace that is going to be extremely expensive.
So what if they draw down all those funds that are sitting there between the time this legislation gets now and this time the legislation gets signed into law?
That's not
You don't think that's possible?
No, ma'am. The CMRS board, there's only one or two companies.
I'm talking about that administrative fee. They couldn't draw that down?
No, ma'am. I mean, okay. I hope that I'm tracking you the right way.
I think so.
But no, ma'am. The funds are solid as long as this body and our counterparts leave it where they are. That money should be there for next year for us to give to the counties.
I'm just looking at the fact that there's $88 million in that fund, and then we need to audit, where the money's been collected and why the counties don't seem to be getting any more money. I'm just thinking maybe we could take that $80-something million. if we took that fund and divided it amongst 82 counties, that'd be more than $1 million a county to go toward. How much do you think what you're talking about is going to cost the county?
So I had one county tell me that their current dispatch costs about $8,000 to $9,000 per dispatch per month. They have 4 dispatches in their county. With an implementation to NG 911, they're going to $40,000 a month, primarily for just a single dispatch, primarily because of all the maintenance requirements that there are associated with the technologies and the
Right.
video conferencing and all the stuff that's implemented in there. That's why this particular county is consolidating, because they know they're not going to be able to afford operating the 5 or 6 that they have currently.
Okay. All right. Thank you for
Thank you.
indulging my questions.
Okay, see no further questions on the motion.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee sub's adopted, Senator.
And I'd like to use roll call for final passage, please.
Okay, the senator suggests the use of one roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present, Senator Hill. Anyone else? No for Senator Chisholm. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 85.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2201, Traffic Laws, clarify definition regarding use of automated recording equipment.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. In comparison to the last bill, this one's exceedingly short. It's one of the shortest bills I think I've written or presented. So back in 2008 or 9, the legislature passed a law that said that stationary recording devices could not be posted on like traffic lights or poles and used to give essentially speeding or traffic violations by just recording it and sending you a ticket in the mail. And that rocked along until about a year ago. Everyone was abiding by that. And then some of our, very smart people figured out sort of a loophole around that. So there's technology now where they take the recording device off of the pole and hand it to a traffic worker or a law enforcement officer, and they hold it in their hand instead of posting it on the pole. And they just stand there and hold it, and the cars keep zipping by, and they send out hundreds and thousands of these tickets in the mail. Now, there are a couple problems with this. First off, as you all probably know, traffic violations, speeding violations, go to the driver of the vehicle, not to the owner of the vehicle. Insurance issues go to the owner of the vehicle, but if you are speeding, it's a violation by the driver himself or herself, not to the car. And so I've been getting calls because this new program has been implemented recently in Hattiesburg, and I've been getting lots of phone calls from constituents that drive through Hattiesburg or live there who have been receiving these tickets in the mail. And one of the common complaints is I wasn't even driving my vehicle that day. I was in another state, or in one instance, I think there's a lawsuit pending down in Hattiesburg where the gentleman was out of country and he has a passport stamp allegedly proving that he was, overseas at the date that he was ticketed. And so, of course, I've spoken with lots of people. I've spoken to the mayor of Hattiesburg, who's a good friend of mine, Mayor Barker, and of course he replies, well, all they have to do is come to court and show us that they weren't driving the car that day, and we will revoke the ticket and cancel the ticket. Of course, that overlooks the issue that you've had to take a day off from work that day to go down to municipal court and sit half a day or all day to prove your innocence and that you, in fact, were not the driver of this vehicle in order to get the ticket canceled. So you either pay the ticket that's not really yours, or you take a day off from work if you're, still working age person and have to lose money from the day at work in order to prove your innocence and get the ticket canceled. So my bill is very simple. It is like 2 lines where we go in on line 27, 28, and 29 of the old law, And it simply says automated recording equipment or system includes any automated recording equipment or system operated manually by a law enforcement officer. So in other words, we're closing, or I'm attempting to close the loophole where they have taken the stationary device off of the pole or the post and handed it to someone who then stands at the street corner and takes all these pictures. And I think there's some issues with it beyond, number one, the whole differentiation between the insurance being to the car owner and the speeding violation being to the driver. Again, you have to prove, if you're going to go to court and take money from somebody for a speeding violation, that it was him or her that was doing the driving. And apparently the technology in some instances doesn't capture anything but the license plate on the back of the car. Now in certain instances, depending on how it's held, it can potentially catch the side of the car as it's passing by, and you can somewhat maybe make out who that person is or isn't. But really, it's just focused on trying to get the license plate. And again, the speeding ticket doesn't go to the owner of the car; it goes to the driver of the car. So I've had lots of discussions. You may have heard from some of your mayors, but I can promise you, if your town implements this program and they start sending out these hundreds of tickets, you will definitely hear from your constituents, because I have. And the other really bad part of this, and again, it's maybe beneficial to the towns, but the price of these tickets is more than double what a normal ticket usually is. So for instance, in the Hattiesburg examples, these tickets are about $230 for speeding through the school zone, for instance. So of that $230 ticket charge, the town gets, I think, about $75. The owner of the company who has this technology, who sells it to the cities, gets $130, and the state gets $0, okay? So if we're gonna have a program like this, certainly I think the state is losing out on a lot of potential dollars. The town is getting, I guess, what they would get, but they're having to charge the citizen about twice what they would normally charge if they just, used the radar gun and pulled the person over, which is really the whole solution to the issue. If you've got a speeding issue through a school zone or work zone, you're still having to use a person, because in order to get around the law that we currently have, you're having to use a person. So, of course, the workforce issue there, you still got to have a body holding the camera. So why not have a body holding the camera and pulling that person over immediately, so that you know for sure who the driver is, who's violated the law, and you get the ticket, and the town gets the money, and it's just quicker, more efficient, and the person immediately knows that he or she was in the wrong, and they immediately know what their ticket price is going to be. And in my opinion, that sort of solves the problem in the first place. But nevertheless, I wanted to give you a little bit of explanation as to why I'm filing this bill. I don't think more than maybe 2 or 3 cities or municipalities across the state have implemented this, and I think one of the ones who maybe have down the coast have stopped using it because there was such an outcry from the citizenry, the way it was being implemented, that they decided to stop using it. So at any rate, that's my bill. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield.
Certainly.
Senator Hill.
I certainly appreciate you bringing this to the forefront, because quite a number of my constituents have gotten tangled up in this. And isn't it true that when they send the ticket to the individual, that there's no officer signature on it? It just says signature on file?
I believe that's what I've been told.
Okay, and I've also been told that if you show up for court and contest it, that the officer's not going to stand there and perjure himself and say he knew who was driving. So typically they drop the ticket if you show up. That's what I've been told. Have you been told that?
A lot of times they do drop the ticket. I was told by Mayor Barker, who, again, I like very much, so this is nothing against him personally. He's a very good mayor and I think doing a good job in the city of Hattiesburg. But what he tells me is that, well, if someone wants to contest the ticket, and if we don't have evidentiary proof, video or pictorial proof that it was him or her, we do drop the ticket. But again,
how many people are just paying it?
How many people have time to take off
exactly.
from work or dropping their kids off from school?
And especially when it's the company is the major profiteer in this, and it's, people are having to come and fight it if they weren't typically driving their car, and sometimes they don't even know who was driving it if they have a college student or somebody, in college So I guess my other question was, with the class action lawsuit that have been filed and some of the other lawsuits that have been filed, depending on how these things go, these cities could be held in a settlement, could they not?
Well, I do know that several lawsuits have been filed recently. I think some in federal court, maybe some in state court. I think the proprietor of the technology has been brought in as a party to the lawsuit, and I think the towns or municipalities have also been named.
I think they have as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know, the last thing I want is for my law enforcement officers to feel like that they have to participate in something that they won't sign their name to.
I agree.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Senator Barrett, for what purpose? Question?
Yeah, question, Mr. President.
Senator Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, just so I'm clear, and I know what the bill says about manually operating it by a law enforcement officer. I know I have some mayors locally that are worried about license plate readers, and I understand this bill does not apply to that, correct?
That's a great question, and thank you for bringing it up. There have been, and I think are potentially still bills pending in the House chamber that would seek to alleviate the use of these recording and automated devices for any purpose. And certainly I did not want to do that because, again, there are law enforcement purposes. I mean, if you've got an outstanding warrant for somebody and you're looking for a potential felon or a runaway or something like that, you want to be able to use these scan devices to read these license plates and find the person and issue the warrant and serve the warrant and all that. So this bill is strictly worded to only deal with speeding driving violations, not for insurance. I know some towns and cities use these same devices to try to find people that don't have insurance and send them a ticket in the mail until they get insurance. I didn't touch any of that. I was only trying to address the constituents' calls that I had personally received, which dealt with the speeding violations. Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator
Certainly,
Horn.
yes, sir.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fillingane.
Yes, sir.
Senator, I've seen instances where a law enforcement officer was standing on the highway, aiming a gun at approaching vehicles to determine their speed.
Yes, sir.
And then radioing ahead to another officer who's waiting down the highway.
Right.
What impact will this measure have on that?
Zero. Because they're not recording, like a picture recording. They're just simply saying, okay, he's speeding.
They got a speedometer.
And radios his partner at the end of the street saying, get the silver, Jeep Grand Cherokee. He was going 10 miles over the speed limit.
So it would have no impact on
None,
that.
because you know what this does? There is no
Takes a
stopping.
picture.
This is no stopping anybody. What they do, they capture it, they go to the computer, and they spit out a ticket that is mailed to the driver.
Right.
Allegedly the driver, actually the owner of the car's home address.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Williams, what
Question,
purpose?
friendly question, Mr. President.
You yield?
Yes, sir, sure.
Senator Williams.
Did you say $150 a pop to the company, somewhere around there?
I think $130. So
$130.
for a $230 ticket, I'm told that the owner of the company nets $130.
That's a pretty good business model for someone. Just doesn't sound like it's good for our citizens.
I mean, I know the individual, brilliant guy, done very well in many areas of his career, and he's doing very well with this.
Understood. My question is this, and I think you've kind of answered it, but this in no way will affect using cameras in investigations because we have fixed cameras deployed all over our state
None
that people
whatsoever.
use in traffic control. It addresses only moving violations.
That's right. That's
okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
Do
President.
you yield?
Yes,
Senator Parker.
Thank you, sir. Senator Fillingane. I've gotten one of these tickets not too long ago from another state.
Okay.
And I just kind of wondered, just more informational. I paid the fine on it. It was frustrating because I think it said I was going 8 miles over the speed limit. It's only a $50 fine or something like that. But I didn't know just kind of on record or other things like that how it's kind of treated. So if you do get one of these violations and you don't, pay it or you don't do anything with it, what is the the process in Mississippi? Would they then come from another state and file some type of notice, to the Department of Public Safety that something was outstanding?
Are you talking about if it was an out-of-state ticket
Right.
and that it was received and you didn't pay it?
Right. So what procedurally would happen on that? I've had people say, well, I wouldn't have paid that, but.
Well, I think you
or I
certainly
would've
could
argued
be in
it, but-
trouble if you tried to travel back through that same state, because certainly I don't know that they would try to use long-arm statutes to try to come to Mississippi
Right.
to, execute on a Louisiana or Alabama ticket. But certainly if you're driving back to Destin and you have to cross through that particular same place and you get stopped again, then you're probably going to be in a little more trouble.
And then to your point, the company that I mailed it to, I mailed it to Denver, Colorado.
Oh, wow.
For a violation that they said I was guilty of in Tennessee.
Right.
And it was interesting too, because in the picture, there was a car like right on my tail. I guess they just must have given them out in series, like every single.
Oh,
single
they send
one
out
of them
hundreds of
like
these.
that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So, but I appreciate you bringing attention to this.
Sure.
I may have more questions for you procedurally, but
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Do you yield, Senator?
Certainly, yes.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you know that I get about 10 of these a year?
No, I did not.
From Florida, going through a toll.
Right.
Because it has a 1 on their card. And what I have to do is I have to carry it to our tax collector, and then they send it to Florida to whatever they do. And
To get it all straightened out.
to get it all straightened
It's
out.
such a hassle for working people. I mean, really, if you're trying to go about your daily lives and you're trying to work and take your kids to school and all that, who needs all this? I mean, really.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Delano, what purpose?
Question?
Do you yield, Senator Delano?
Yes, I do.
Senator Delano?
Mr. Chairman, do you consider this quick?
Well, the explanation was very quick. The interrogation has been a bit longer than expected.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your work.
Yes, sir.
Senator Carter, what purpose?
Question?
I yield.
Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. With the system, is it possible to go fast enough to where you avoid radar detection? Because I might know somebody in this chamber, not going to mention their name, kind of sits next to me that does stuff like that.
That's a really good question, because the technology is very new, and it has been proven in several instances, I'm told, as I've been investigating this, that at times, like Senator McClendon was saying, they would send a ticket out for not having insurance, and it turns out the person did have insurance, and it was just the computers didn't communicate quickly enough to cross-check that the person actually had insurance. Of course, this bill doesn't deal with insurance, but the broader question that the technology is not always foolproof, and so a lot of times you do have to go to extraordinary circumstances, even taking time off from work, to go and prove your innocence in a court of law, and you lose either way. You've either paid a ticket that you shouldn't have had to have paid, or you take off time from work and miss a day's worth of work to prove your innocence. So either way, you lose. Yeah.
Okay, see no further questions, Senator.
I think Senator McMahon, I believe, had an amendment that he wanted to offer.
Okay, you recognize, have you brought it forward? Yes, sir. Yeah, you recognize, Senator.
Yes, so I've got an amendment, and what it does is, ma'am, am I recognized to explain the amendment?
Yes, sir, you recognize.
So what the amendment does is it allows for cameras in school zones. There are municipalities and school districts across the state that have already put in traffic cameras to monitor school zones for different purposes. But the cameras are only going to be allowed in the amendment. They're only allowed during school hours. The cameras have to be clearly marked in the school zone. And the photos have to capture the vehicle's license plate, a photo of the driver, and the speed and time of which of the offense. So that's what the amendment does. Yield for any questions?
See no questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Well, we do have a question. Senator Hobson, you have a question?
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator Hobson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator
Thank
Hobson.
you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McMahon. No, a question I've got is just concerning the same issue that Senator Fillingane brought up that if it's your car but you're not driving it, who gets the ticket?
I addressed that in the amendment. So the amendment says, if you look down in 2C, capture clear photographic or video evidence of the violations, including the vehicle's license plate, photo of the driver, and the speed and time of the offense. So the burden's on them to provide, the proof. It's really going to take a 2-camera system in most of the schools that are deployed this type of technology. They have the ability to capture both the front and the back of the car. And Senator, the reason I'm offering this, we've had some officers get run over in Lee County. And so cameras have been put in to provide solid proof to juries when people are negligent and they're on their phones and they run over the officers and kill them in the crosswalk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that that would be same regardless of whether it's school zone or anywhere. I'm just making sure on the language about how do you know who you're capturing if somebody's driving the car? How do you know you're getting the person that was actually speeding?
The amendment only deals with school zones and only during the hours of school.
Thank you.
Okay. If there aren't any other questions, I'll move for adoption.
We have a couple more. Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blackman.
I do.
Senator Blackman.
At 2B, so it says operate only during posted school hours or when children are visibly present in the area. Is that when children are visibly present in the camera, that you can see in the camera, or just visibly present to people driving?
It's supposed to be during the hours of operation, but I mean, we did include when children are visibly present because sometimes children do play on the playgrounds and stuff 30 minutes before school or 30 minutes after school, or up to an hour in some cases sometimes.
Okay, well, it doesn't delineate that time frame that you gave. I'm just trying to figure out, so if it's 9 p.m. at night and there are children in the area, does it also apply then?
I think the camera would capture if there were children in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I see no further questions. Senator,
Move for
motion.
Adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Okay, Senator Fillingane, the amendment has failed.
I move adoption of the measure by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? We have Senator McMahon, Senator Boyd as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. You pass on items 86, 87, Senator Bryan. Pass. 88, Senator Blackwell.
I'd like to pass 88 and ask it to keep its place on the calendar. Go to item 89, ask the title be read.
We'll pass and retain its place on the calendar. Item 88, go to item 89. Please read the title.
Medicaid. Revise various technical provisions related thereto, including reimbursement levels and facility eligibility.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackman.
I'd like to be recognized.
Blackwell, I'm sorry.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not a simple bill. I wish I could stand here and say it was like the others, but unfortunately, this is a little more complicated. But we've been through this before. In fact, this is basically the same bill that we passed out of this body last year. There's a few things, additional things, though, that we did. Earlier today, I put sort of the talking points on everybody's desk so that if you wanted to, you could go in and you could look at the bill and you could see where the lines have changed. But the vast number of these changes are at the request of CMS, at the request of Medicaid. And then there's some from local providers, and those are really kind of the changes that I want to go over with you. We're adding pediatricians to 100% of rate as established by Medicare. Managed care and Medicaid cannot use step therapy in treating postpartum depression. We're moving eyeglasses evaluation every 2 years versus every 5. We're going to allow ambulatory surgery centers to be reimbursed at 100% of the Medicare ambulatory surgery rates. We're going to allow Medicaid to pay for various sleep apnea products. We're going to allow Medicaid and the Department of Health to establish a perinatal risk management service, and that's at Medicaid's request. We're going to allow Medicaid to pay for certified community behavioral health centers. We're going to extend the repealer on the Bottom Hospital to 2029. We're allowing Medicaid to implement reimbursement models for autism spectrum disorder, sports participation figures, GLP-1 medications, and coverage for postpartum depression. We're going to allow for reimbursement to ambulances when they treat in place. We're going to require insurers to accept Medicaid authorization as that the term of service is covered under the state plan. That has to do with pre-approval. We created a definition for daycare facility and the regulations to operate those facilities. We're going to prohibit Medicaid for reimbursing for transgender transactional procedures. We deleted restrictive language on the presumptive eligibility, and we removed some restriction on some psychiatric beds up in DeSoto County. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Okay, Senator Horn. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You recognize? Yeah, I mean, you yield to Senator Horn?
Yeah, I'll yield.
Yeah, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I asked you the same question last year when the technical amendments bill came before us. Is there any increase in home care worker reimbursements in this bill?
No, sir.
And the reason that I asked the question is that we constantly are making more, putting more requirements on home care worker companies to do more in their reporting, their punctuality, all kinds of other reporting requirements, and their margins are getting thinner and thinner, and it seems that this vital service is going ignored in terms of the hardship that you're putting on companies that are providing this service, and they're providing it with thinner and thinner margins of profitability. So as this bill winds its way through the process, are you amenable to having a conversation about possibly looking at that increase?
Yes, sir. I'm certainly willing to have a conversation. I don't know if there's anything that we can do within the time frame that we've got right here, but I do agree with you. These are folks who are sort of on the lower end of the healthcare spectrum. Reimbursement or their compensation is extremely poor, but their service they provide is extremely valuable. And I think we kind of need to find a way, how can we transition and balance that?
Yes, sir. And these folks are helping a lot of elderly and infirm people and disabled to stay in their homes and operate independently, which saves us costs on the back end on nursing homes and other more expensive services. So I would encourage you to take a look at that, and if there's a way that we can find to help increase their reimbursements, I think it will be to the benefit of the state.
All right. Thank you,
Don't
sir.
you agree?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Derek Simmons, for what purpose?
I have an amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
At the appropriate time. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Several questions.
No.
Do you yield to Senator Hill?
Better watch it or I'll speak.
Absolutely.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I'm looking on the short title online around line 149, 140, 150. It says to require that nurse midwives who render postnatal care or pediatric infant care to offer to conduct a screener for postnatal depression. My question is, I don't think nurse midwives are even like recognized or licensed or actually approved for payment of Medicaid in Mississippi, as far as I know, are they?
They are.
They are?
Yes, ma'am. We did
So-
that several years ago.
Okay, so they can get paid now,
Yes,
even
ma'am.
though they're not licensed as such? Because I don't think we have a licensing scheme, do we?
No, we don't, but actually there's a bill coming over from the House that will help with that. The midwives want to be licensed and to be regulated and to be recognized as a legitimate service provider.
Also, it looks to me like we're covering a lot more than we have in the past, and I think, don't we have like a $25 million Medicaid deficit right now after COVID? Something to do with that?
Right now, we're not in a deficit, but next year we will be.
Pardon?
Today we're not. Next year
Yeah,
we will be.
we're looking at it about
Yes.
25 million. So is there any way that you could get a fiscal note, or did you get a fiscal note to see how much all these increases in payments would cost?
Yes, ma'am, I did. That's a little over $6 million.
6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess the other question are the sections that deal with Medicaid eligibility or expansion.
No, ma'am, we did nothing with that. That's not
Okay,
touched.
but that code section's in there, right? 4313, 115, is that in there?
Code section's in there, but
Code section's in there? Okay. And that also deals with the types of care and services that Medicaid covers, because you listed all the changes in the services
yes, ma'am.
that Medicaid covers. You may or may not know anything about this, but on the handout that we got on line 663, it says deleted use of 17P as a drug used to prevent preterm birth at CMS request. Do you know anything about that?
No, that was a request from 2 years ago that we weren't able to advance our bill. It died over in the House, but that came from CMS.
But you have no idea why they're not wanting Medicaid to use or being reimbursed for this drug to prevent preterm birth?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I had heard it one time, but I don't recall right now.
Do we even know the name of that drug? Because I don't know what 17P means. I
No.
guess we can Google that and see what that is. I guess that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the committee sub
Senator,
move for adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And Mr. President, I've got 3 amendments.
Okay. You have them in the order which you received them. So amendment number 1. Senator, you recognize.
Okay, this amendment in front of you is at the request of Medicaid, and it recreates the advisory board. And if you'll go to page 6 and 7 on the amendment, it outlines the membership of that board, and that's all this does.
Okay, you have Senator Wiggins. You have a question on the amendment?
Friendly question.
Do you yield, Senator Wiggins?
Yes, it will.
Senator Wiggins.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that the board you're speaking of was and has been very valuable, at least in having communication of practicing physicians with the Division of Medicaid. That's what you're trying to do with this?
Yes, sir. We're trying to reestablish it. You know, as well as we've had this. Went by the wayside for a couple of years, and we're trying to get it reestablished.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you're doing it because I think it's, it helps with our providers who understandably have issues with Medicaid, and that's a vehicle, more than just a vehicle, they can do that. And so that's what you're intending to reestablish it and make that happen, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Blackwell.
We have amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2 on the screen. Senator Blackwell.
Okay, this amendment comes from the Lieutenant Governor's office, and what it does is it requires Medicaid to submit a waiver to CMS to allow for less frequent medical redeterminations for certain chronic and permanent conditions. That's an explanation of the amendment. Now yield for questions.
Any questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes, I will.
Senator
So
Hill.
how often do they,
They do it yearly right now, but under this plan, they would still have to submit financial information each year.
but it says, you said that a waiver so that they wouldn't have to do it as they're doing it right now.
Right, but they would still have to do the submit financial information every year.
But they wouldn't have to meet obligations, or we wouldn't be doing the waiver, right?
Just a second. This is just for a disabled child living at home service, but they would have to submit their financials. I'm not sure what all else they go into submitting to get that redetermination each year.
So it would be restricted to disabled child living at home?
Correct, and people who have been long-term chronic illness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. What purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hobson?
Yes, I will.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What long-term chronic illnesses, what does that mean?
Something like a child with Down syndrome or something.
Or is there a clear definition, or is this going to be a subjective standard as to what the
I would
recertifications?
imagine the department has their definitions for these things.
They do?
I would imagine they would. I don't have it in front of me, a specific definition, but
I'd like to get that information. I don't want to hold it up at this point, but I certainly would like to know what that is when you talk about the recertification or, reconsideration process to make sure these are the cases that are the most significant or severe. I think it could matter as to what's considered chronic, certainly.
And it sort of goes back to our question or the issue yesterday that Senator Parker brought up with his amendment on homebound and bedridden when we're talking about the medical cannabis program.
Yeah.
So I'll get that information for you.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you. That's kind of the same thought process, and that we did tighten that language up. So
That's
it's
right.
a lot clearer as to what's being considered, and this isn't some loosey-goosey or some person making their own determination as to what's considered chronic. I just would like to know what those definitions are.
All right, I'll
Thank
get that for you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator, motion.
Motion for adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. The third amendment, again, is from a Medicaid request.
Need 6 or more to stand on the amendment. Sufficient number. Call the roll. Yeah, call the roll, please.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell.
No.
Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Hickman, Johnson, Jordan, Parker answered no. Seymour, I think that's it. Yes, ma'am. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chadzenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Okay, Senator McCon, for what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
You
To
recognize?
announce affair. If Senator Jordan was here, he would be an aye, and I am a nay.
Please record the pair. The amendment has failed with 15 ayes, 33 noes. The amendment has failed. We have another amendment. Senator Bryan.
Senator Bryan? Yes, sir.
You ready? Senator Bryan, you're recognized for an amendment.
Mr. President, the code section is in this bill that is in another bill we've sent to the House. The other bill we sent to the House had several changes to which this bill conforms. This bill, however, does not have the language that we had in the other bill, which would increase the number of beds for Sun Valley and Madison County. The floor amendment that Senator Blackwell has been nice enough to co-author with me simply makes this bill have the provision for the additional 20 beds at Sun Valley, just like the bill we passed several days ago does, in an effort just to make the two conform as a matter of course. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Blackwell, do you wish to speak on it first?
I support the amendment.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? You have a question or for what purpose, Senator?
I like to speak.
You're recognized to speak.
Looking at all the changes in the tech bill, line 565 added pediatricians to 100% of the Medicare rate. Line 663, lines 701, eyeglasses every 2 years versus 5. The next one allows ASC to be reimbursed at 100% the Medicare rate. Allows Medicaid to pay for various sleep apnea products. Allows Medicaid to include other providers as determined by the department. Allows Medicaid to pay for certified community behavioral health centers. Allows Medicaid to implement reimbursement models for autism spectrum disorder, sports participation, physicals, GLP medications, y'all know what those are, the new diabetic shots, and coverage for postpartum depression. Then line 1831, line 17660, whatever, allows reimbursement to ambulances when they treat in place. Then 2226 requires insurer to accept Medicaid authorization that the item or service is covered under the state plan, so it makes it congruent with whatever the state plan pays. Then gives Medicaid authority to increase supplemental payments. And then the last one on the talking points removes restriction on parkwood beds. I'm not even sure what parkwood beds are, but I guess what I would like to say is whomever did a fiscal note of $6 million, I'd like to know where they went to school. Because if you just say that a fourth of the people on Medicaid maybe have eyeglasses and you reimburse it $100 for an eye visit and a set of eyeglasses, that's over $40 million. If just a fourth, if you got 800,000 people on Medicaid and a fourth of them have eyeglasses, that's $40 million. If they only reimburse it $100 for the eye visit and the glasses. And then you add all these other things to it, I don't believe there's any way that somebody can give you an accurate fiscal note of what this is going to cost when you're leaving so much new things to pay for up to Medicaid. So I think that $6 million, no discredit to Senator Blackwell if he got somebody to do it, but I think it's just a joke. And thank you.
Senator Bryan, do you want to close on your amendment?
Yeah, it's gone. It's passed.
Do what now?
That's final passage now. Yes, sir. His amendment passed.
Oh, we got to vote on the amendment. We haven't voted on the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have voted on the amendment. Excuse me, Senator Bryan. Yeah, we're on final passage. I'm sorry. All right, let's do it again. I'm sorry. I had too many amendments. I got lost. Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? We have Senator Whaley, Senator McClendon, Senator Chisholm, Senator Hill, Senator Tate. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator. Okay, we'll go to item 90. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item 90, Senate Bill 2261, have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2261, Mississippi Comprehensive Coastal Conservation Restoration Act of 2025, an act.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the Comprehensive Coastal Restoration Plan Act of 2025. Currently in Mississippi, we spend tens of millions of dollars annually on coastal restoration and conservation projects along the coast. Those monies are administered by the Department of Marine Resources and the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality. The purpose of the plan is to try to identify the coastal conservation and restoration issues that our state faces and to come up with proposed solutions to help guide project applicants for those various projects that are administered by DMR and DEQ. Section 2 of the bill defines again the purpose of the act, which is to establish priorities, goals, and expected results for coastal restoration, conservation, storm protection projects on the coast. Section 3 sets up the Technical Advisory Board, comprised of a chairman nominated by the governor, or rather appointed by the governor, a representative from DEQ, representative from DMR, representatives of USM and Mississippi State University, as well as non-voting members from the NGOs and the appointees from the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker. Section 4 directs the development of the plan. This is very similar to coastal restoration plans that are used in Texas and Louisiana. Section 5 requires the TAB to provide an annual report on the identified areas of concern and how those areas are being addressed. And sections 6, 7, and 8 authorize DMR, DEQ, and the Secretary of State to participate in the plan. I want to address a couple of issues that have come up, that came up last year after we passed this act. One is that this plan is somehow creating an additional bureaucracy for project applicants and our state agencies, and it's quite the contrary. The state agencies that would be participating in this would be using their existing resources. For example, engineers at DEQ who design and implement these projects, as well as the scientists and biologists at DMR. This is not an effort to create additional bureaucracy. This is an effort to make sure that we are a good steward of these monies that are being spent for this very specific purpose. The legislature will remain responsible for the appropriation of those funds and and selection of those projects with guidance from this plan. Lastly is that there are counties on the coast that receive GO-MESA monies. GO-MESA is the state's share from offshore oil and gas leases. Those counties would not be affected by this plan. That is not my intent to affect how those counties appropriate their GO-MESA monies. This would be strictly limited to the state projects administered by DMR and DEQ. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator, I see no questions. Motion.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to item 91. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I get that item, have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2381, authority of Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill comes to you from the Gaming Committee and from the Ports and Marine Resources Committee. It is authored by the Chairman of the Gaming, Chairman of Ports, Senator Ladner, Senator Delano, Senator England, and Senator Wiggins. It's very similar to the bill that we passed last year regarding the public trust tidelands. You'll remember that public trust tidelands are state property, and the Secretary of State, as trustee for the public trust tidelands, is charged with managing and leasing that property. I think our current Secretary of State is doing a good job, like the Secretary of State's before him. And the bill before you now, I think, while maybe not everything he would want, is something that we all support and will help specifically answer some questions that have come up with regard to the gaming industry on the Gulf Coast, which is vitally important to our state's economy. I'll go through the code sections very briefly and then try to summarize what I see as the 4 key points. Beginning with Section 1, that's Code Section 29. That is the section that deals with public trust tidelands. In the first 5, 6, 7 sections of the bill all deal with the public trust tidelands, and specifically the Secretary of State's responsibilities for leasing that property. The 2 main points that I want to make here is the purpose of this bill is to require that for any new gaming project on the Gulf Coast, that a lease from the Secretary of State will be required. That's something that's important because this is, again, it's state property, and so you have a right to how that property is leased. And I think we've got consistent management from Secretary of State for the public trust tidelands. The second thing that it does in the first 7 sections of the bill is it codifies what has been the practice since the advent of gaming on the Gulf Coast, that we're not going to have a casino off the public sand beach. That's important, I believe, to maintain the historical nature of the coast and the balanced environment that is there for tourism. Beginning with Section 8, that is the Municipal Harbors Act. Section 9 is the Small Craft Harbors Act, and Senator Thompson is going to be coming in just a minute with an amendment that's necessary here. But the key point I want to make here is that if it is for public use and is a non-gaming activity, those local governments are going to make those decisions without requiring a lease from the Secretary of State. If it is a coastal local government or a public harbor down there, they know what's best for their community, and that lease and those decisions are going to be made by the local folks on the Gulf Coast unless it is for gaming. Beginning with Section 10, you deal with gaming laws specifically, and there are 2 key points as it relates to gaming, both in the Gaming Control Act and the criminal provisions outlined herein. We are codifying the long-established regulations of the Gaming Commission with regard to amenities, specifically the hotel, the restaurant, the dining establishments, how big the casino is going to be. These provisions are word for word what the rules are right now with the regs at the Gaming Commission, and they apply only to the Gulf Coast. This does not affect any potential development on the Mississippi River. Those requirements can be waived for Adams, Washington, Warren, or Tunica counties, but we're keeping the regs as they are, and we're putting them in the statute because I think that part of the success of the industry on the Gulf Coast is we have destination resorts that bring people here to the state, that employ people, that create a tourism destination. And as we know with regs and a 3-member board, 2 people can change this at the next meeting. And we don't, in my opinion, we don't need to do that. And then finally, beginning with Section 11 and with conforming legislation throughout the rest of the bill, we specify, and this is in response to a couple of decisions that have been made by the Gaming Commission in the last couple of years, that access to the water for purposes of a gaming project, since we've, after Katrina, have allowed casinos on shore, that the operator needs to have exclusive control of the property where the casino will be to the water's edge. That deals with a couple of projects that have been considered in the past. I want to emphasize that nothing in this bill is retroactive for any project that has been approved. So, and Senator Thompson's amendment is going to further clarify that, but if the commission has approved a project, that project is approved. This bill is not about limiting competition. Again, there are more than, I think there's 16 or 17 legal sites on the Gulf Coast right now that can be used for further development. The primary purpose, at least my purpose in bringing this before you, is this is a hugely important industry to our state. Tens of thousands of people are employed either directly or indirectly on the Gulf Coast in this industry. And the reason it has been successful is because it has been open, transparent, competitive, and most importantly, we have had consistent laws and consistent regulatory environment for people to decide whether they want to make an investment or not. It doesn't matter who the legislature is. It doesn't matter who's on the Gaming Commission. It doesn't matter who the governor is. you know that you're going to get a stable regulatory environment here, and you can make investment to further investment, whether you're an existing business or thinking about coming here, and the rules are not going to change, and you can make an informed decision to continue to invest in our Gulf Coast. So that's an explanation of the committee substitute. Mr. President, I think we need to adopt that, and then I know there's an amendment on the desk.
Okay, I see no questions, Senator, so motion to adopt.
Yes, move adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves that we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee sub's adopted. Now we have an amendment.
Mr. President, has to be recognized to explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. There are three sections in the bill that concern the Tidelands Port and Harbors Act, the County and Municipal Ports and Harbors Act, or County Ports and Harbors Act and Municipal Small Craft Harbors Acts. Those two acts were created in the 30s or the 40s, and they authorized the local government authorities to operate and maintain those ports. There have been some previous court decisions regarding a couple of specific sites that where the Gaming Commission approved those sites, and those approvals have been made. Those applicants, developers, have won their court cases. I don't want to do anything in this bill that would be perceived as taking anything away from those approved sites. So we've got three sections in the bill, again, in the Tidelands Act and in the County Ports and Harbors Act and the Municipal Small Craft Harbors Act, where we would accept those gaming sites and casino operators who were approved prior to December 31, 2024. Again, that's so that we don't take anything away from applicants whose sites have been approved. That's a brief explanation of the amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator, I see no questions on the amendment. Motion.
Move to adopt the amendment.
Senator moves to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The amendment's adopted. Now for final passage.
I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. President. If there are none, my motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present, Senator Carter. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. We'll go to Senator Sparks. We're not here. Let's see, we'll pass and retain. Item 92, go to Wiggins, Senator Wiggins. Item 93, pass and retain. Go to item 94, Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Item 95, Senator Boyd. You recognize.
Mr. President, asked to go to item 95 and ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2527, the Mississippi Resident Promise Grant Program, create to provide financial assistance to community college students.
Senator Boyd.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Usual motion adopted. Senator Boyd.
Thank you. The bill before you is similar, is almost exactly like the bill that this body passed last year. It's the Mississippi Resident Promise Program. It would be administered by the Mississippi Post-Secondary Educational Financial Assistance Board. The board is would be responsible for setting all application deadlines and establishing necessary rules and regulations to administer the program. The applicants of the program are determined by existing state laws as to who's the state residents. Eligible applicants must have completed their high school education, graduated from high school with a minimum of a 2.5. They could have obtained a high school equivalency program or have successful completion of a international baccalaureate program. Their applicants must enroll in a full-time at a public community or junior college within 12 months of completing their secondary education. They are required to complete the FAFSA and the Mississippi Aid application each year that they seek to do this. It is limited to tuition for 4 semesters, and to maintain eligibility, They have to make steady academic progress and must be continuously full-time enrolled for at least 2 semesters or 3 quarters each academic year, unless they're granted an exception by that board for such reasons. They have to keep a cumulative GPA of 2.5 and a 4-point scale. Just to kind of tell you, this program is basically what we have often referred to as the last dollar program. Students, after they apply for their FAFSA or their Mississippi assistance money, they are allowed then to apply for these last dollar programs. So 35 states have some variation of this type of program. We've run a fiscal note on that. We're looking at about $12.3 million to do this. But there's some great data out there of why these programs are particularly successful and really helping our job market increase. And so that is a brief explanation of the program, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield Senator Hill for a question.
I do.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I see in here where you say they have to make a 2.5 to a 4.0 and complete a certain number of courses and be full-time. And they have to complete a FAFSA. So what is the criteria for awarding the grant? So like what is it? Is it financial? Is it, what goes into the criteria for awarding the grant?
The criteria for awarding grant, it's those last dollars. So what you might not, after you got your FAFSA money, your Pell Grant money, all of those other programs, any type of academic scholarship or anything like that, Senator Hill, it would be truly those last dollars. So it might be your tuition cost, like your book cost or fees or something.
I understand that it would be on top of all that, but what I'm asking is, would you have to qualify for a Pell Grant to get this last dollar money?
No, ma'am.
So you could basically not get a Pell Grant and still be able to get some of this money?
You would have to apply for all of those. Any programs that you're eligible for, you would have to apply for. If you were not eligible for that, obviously you wouldn't get that.
But I still don't see any criteria in here as to how we're going to award this grant. Just because it's the last dollar of what they owe on top of anything else they've been awarded, what is the criteria to determine who gets the money?
Okay, as I stated earlier, it's a 2.5 GPA or higher from a high school. You have to have been graduated from a high school within the last year. That's the criteria.
So everybody can get it if they meet that criteria?
If they meet that criteria and have applied for all financial aid possible.
And they still owe money?
And they still owe money. You can get that small section
So
of
it's
money.
not based on income?
It is not based on income.
So it's just basically if you can maintain that, and was it a $1,500 cap? I was trying to remember.
It's not a cap on it, but they've estimated that kind of the most it would be is probably like $1,800. I mean, $1,800 a year. So
and they're basically counting what enrollment right now?
They have looked at enrollment right now, and some of our counties offer this already.
Yeah.
And so like 8 of 15 community colleges right now have some counties that participate in something like this. So they've been able to kind of give us kind of a really good number as to the max amount of students it would be each year. And you're looking about, I think it's, if I can read, about 6,800 students at the max that it would be per year.
And it's only for community colleges, and it's basically any student, regardless of income, if they have exhausted those avenues and they still owe a balance.
Yes, ma'am. And it's also for any academic, career tech, or allied health program.
Okay, so if students apply for this, we're basically going to appropriate for who they consider. The colleges are going to determine how much each amount is, depending on how many people they have applying for it, or is it like?
No, this is
state aid.
The state
aid, and it's going to go through the state financial aid office.
Yes, ma'am.
So basically, they think that X number of students will apply, and if you cap it at $12 million, it'll be basically $1,800 or somewhere around in there.
That would be the lesser amount, but you're only going to get like, if I only have $300 left.
And they have to establish Mississippi residency?
They
Has to be a
have-
Mississippi resident?
They have to be Mississippi residents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator C, no further questions or motion?
Motion to pass on use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting? No. Senator Polk? No. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all others. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Chisholm? No. Please record all others present. Senator Johnson, no? Okay. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Now we'll go to item 96, Senator Chazanall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, Senate Bill 2883. Call it up and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2883, Welcome Centers, authorize DFA to contract with and award grants to counties for staffing.
I make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Chazanall.
Mr. President, I have a clarifying amendment that I would love to present before we take up the bill. Is that possible?
Yeah, you have a committee sub, so we really need to adopt the committee sub. Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the amendment.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for helping me with that. This bill is one that was requested by the Development Authority. And what it will do actually is give the counties and the municipalities more authority with regulating and staffing the welcome centers, which are all around the state. I have a list of them. There are a number of them that are everywhere. There has been a lot of discussion about exactly how that would be done, and that is why I wish to put a reverse repealer in this so that we can continue the discussion and this bill can go forward and that an agreement can be reached. It, I believe, can happen, and so if you will allow me to propose this committee substitute to the bill, and we can adopt that and then go forward and have a reverse repealer so the discussions can continue. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them for you.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Of course. Thank
Senator
you.
Hill.
And I appreciate you trying to help the state of Mississippi, and I believe you truly do that in every way you can. And I think I tried to help you get this bill through committee the other day when it was in committee. But since then, I've learned that my welcome center's closed, that they have had my welcome center closed for a number of months. And so now I have some serious concern about what's going on with the welcome centers. Because if MDA has already allowed one to be closed and maybe some other ones to be closed, my question is, and I'm fine with the county, with the county entering into some kind of contract, but are the counties going to be able to get some money from somewhere to pay for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's in the discussion. Now, which welcome center is it that you are referencing, please?
The big, nice one. It's on I-59 at the Mississippi-Louisiana line going to Slidell.
What's the name of it, please, ma'am?
It's Pekin Welcome Center, as far as I know.
It's, okay. I see one for Woodville. There are a number that are under renovations.
Mine's not under renovation. Okay. It's just closed.
All right. Well, perhaps if we're able to get this bill to move forward and give the counties and your local authorities more say in how they're managed, then it could be reopened. They didn't tear it down, did they?
No, they didn't tear it down, but the concern is that they're just going to close them all, and the only way we're going to keep them open is if the counties have to take them over and maintain them, and that's what my concern is, and I don't want that to happen.
Well, and that is what I'm trying to be sure does not happen, because our welcome centers are our first line of hospitality in Mississippi. Mm-hmm. When people come here, of course, they want to come to a nice, clean environment, because most people, certainly I know from past experience, are looking for a clean place to stop, refresh themselves, perhaps use the restroom, freshen up a bit before they go on to their next appointment. And there are people in there who are welcoming the guests to Mississippi and giving them brochures about our travel opportunities, showing them good places to visit, to further explore the state. The problem has been is that all of these are staffed by people who are PERS employees. Now, the original intent of the bill, I believe, was to keep people who are basically like Walmart greeters from having to be a part of the PERS system. And we've had a lot of discussion with the counties and also with MDA about how to move forward on this. And I'm asking simply that we be able to take this bill, pass the committee substitute, and then put the amendment in which will give us a reverse repealer so that these discussions may continue.
I understand. I guess my other question was, you know, we're the appropriators, we're the elected people, we're the legislators, but yet we seem to be doing what these agencies tell us to do instead of us telling these agencies what to do. Would you agree with some of that?
I do agree that we listen to the agencies. These are the professionals. I would not pretend to be a professional tourism person. I am a lay person just like you are. We are a lay board of people who come in here from our various works of life. We work part-time to try to improve the state and help make sure that everybody benefits from our actions in this chamber and certainly from this Capitol. But I am always respectful of the people who are on the job 40 hours a week, who are trying to do their jobs. And I think we've had this discussion in a number of committees. Of course I'm going to go to the people who are the tourism professionals and ask them what they think works best. That's all I'm trying to do, Senator Hill, is move forward with this bill so that our welcome centers will continue to function, and certainly hope that yours will be able to reopen. I'm sorry I was not aware it was closed.
Well, I wasn't aware either till I talked to some locals, and, you know, I'm not a tourism expert either, but I would just say that I don't think it's rocket scientist to know that if you got a big, nice welcome center on a state line with all the traffic coming through and from the Super Bowl going this way, it just, would you not agree that it's not a good time for the Welcome Center for Mississippi to be closed down? I'm a bedroom community to New Orleans.
As I said, I was unaware of the fact that it was closed, and I'll be happy to discuss this with you after we have the floor action on this bill.
Okay, I see no further questions. You move to adopt the committee sub, Senator?
I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
The motion is to adopt the committee sub. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Now you have an amendment, Senator?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized for the amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this simply inserts a reverse repealer so that we will be able to continue working on this bill, and hopefully we'll be able to come up with something that will satisfy everyone, and certainly those of you who have welcome centers in your districts. I don't have a welcome center, but I want everybody's to stay open. So I move adoption of the amendment.
All right, Senator Polk, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Polk?
Absolutely.
Senator Polk, recognized.
Senator, I haven't had time to read the bill totally, but one thing that concerns me about this, and now that you've added a reverse repealer, or we will, I think that will help a lot. Regarding training of the staff that will be at these welcome centers, will they be trained by the counties, or will MDA still have a hand in whatever training needs to be done to make it consistent from county to county?
I'm not sure about that, Senator Polk, but I would imagine that if the counties are hiring the people, they will have the authority to train the welcome. I mean, how much training is necessary other than being pleasant and greeting people and showing them where the restroom is and showing where the brochures are? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's a very high-tech job to me.
Well, I would disagree, because that since they are the first people that someone that comes into those welcome centers sees, I think it's maybe even more important than ever that they put on the good face and show Mississippi in a good light.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to see in the discussion that y'all have that we at least address that, and then MDA can say, no, that's a bad idea.
No, sir, I think it's a very good idea that these people be extremely hospitable and make everyone feel welcome, and I agree with you on that.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator move adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator, final passage.
All right, for final passage on the bill, I move morning roll call, please.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Jackson, Senator Hickman, Senator McClendon, Senator Chisholm. Anyone else? Senator Hill. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye, and the bill has passed. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to item 97, elections. Pass and retain 97, 98, 99. We'll pass and retain those items. We'll go to 100, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 100, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2499, Justice Court Increased Limit of Jurisdiction.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really a simple bill, or it's a very simple bill. It raises the jurisdictional limit of justice court from 3,500 to 5,000. That's what it does. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions, Senator. Motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggested use the, we have a question. Senator Hill, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Do you yield to Senator Hill?
I do.
Senator Hill.
I guess my question is, I had talked to you earlier about that I had been called by some clerks and some justice court judges who are not favorable to the bill because they feel like that maybe some smaller counties are going to have to maybe lose money because of the change in the filings, and then yet some of the justice court judges that are clerks and judges that are busy felt like it would, be a burden on them. So we're just basically flip-flopping the amount of work that one has to do to the other, but not incorporating, the work or the loss of work. And I guess that's their concern and my concern. And I think I was told first that this was for evictions. Can you clarify what actually brought the bill to light? Because I'm confused about it. Because one of the lobbyists told me that wasn't the case.
Yeah, so it's been decades since the limit has been raised. And really, and why I'm standing here and why I brought this bill is it's about inflation. I mean, $3,500 20 years ago is not $3,500 now.
Right.
If you talk to the practitioners, lawyers, people who use justice court, and by the way, it is the people's court, it is not, that limit is low because costs have gone up, and so what happens is you actually end up sacrificing either money or actually time to do that, because you end up having to go to either the county court or the circuit court if it's over that, which in those courts that requires a lawyer discovery, which adds costs. Justice court is the people's court, and it doesn't. So this is about making the courts more efficient, which we've been working on. And to address your point about the clerks, I've heard that. I've had discussions, and I disagree with what you're saying about the additional work. I don't think that is going to be the case. What has been expressed to me is that it's about the fees, because the circuit clerks are a fee-based system.
Right. Now,
their clerks are capped. There's a cap, and depending on where you are, that happens. Okay, we yesterday passed the circuit clerk's fee bill I have said that I am fully willing to work to, if that's what it's about, to offset that, to raise that money. I've asked for, in different situations, the numbers, and I did receive some numbers. In one place, it's 40 cases, and we're talking about $5,000. in Harrison County, because it's the second biggest county down by me, we're talking about, I think it was 700 cases that equates to $50,000. So we're not talking about a lot. And in terms of the workload, if it actually happens, it actually will help the circuit courts because, as you know, we've been up here trying to address caseloads in circuit court. So all of that combined is why we're having the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doesn't make my people happy, though.
Huh?
It doesn't make my people happy, though.
Well, as I said, I'm willing to work to make that happen on the budget side.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests to use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator? Oh, Senator Bryan, you wish to speak on it? Yes, you're recognized.
In a moment of enthusiasm, the chairman said it had been decades since we did this. I think, looking at the fine print in the code, that we last changed this in 2008. It's bad enough that that was 17 years ago, but it was really 17 years ago. That's not decades, and that's a sensitive matter for some of us who are getting on up in years.
Thank you, Senator Bryan.
In 3 more years, it will be 2 decades.
Okay, the senator suggests to use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? We have a few. Senator Chisholm, Senator Blunt, Senator Bryan. Oh, okay. Senator DeBar, Senator Fillingane, Senator Horn, Senator Norwood, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Frazier, Senator Hill, and Senator Brumfield, and Senator Whaley, Senator Thomas, Senator, not Thomas, yeah, Tate, yeah, sorry, Senator Jackson, Senator Williams. Anyone else wish to be recorded? Senator Barnett, as present. Yes, Senator Ladner as present. Carter as no. We will repeat those in just a moment to make sure we got everyone correct. Senator England to the vote.
To the vote, I vote no.
Record Senator England as voting no. Yeah, please, if you would, please call and make sure we have them correct.
Chisholm, Blunt, Bryan, DeBar, Fillingane, Horn, Norwood, England, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Frazier, Hill, Brumfield, Whaley, Thomas, Carter, Tate, Jackson, Williams, and Barnett present, Ladner present.
Senator Suber to the vote.
To the vote.
You recognize?
If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Please record the pair. Senator Younger,
To the vote.
you recognize to the vote?
I vote no.
Change Senator Younger to no. Senator Thomas, may I have your attention? We have you as recording as a no. Is that correct on that? Thank you. Okay, with only 20 noes, it has passed.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Mr. President. I asked that items 101 to 103, we pass those and they retain their place on the calendar, and we go to item 104.
Pass and retain 101, 101, 102, 103, and call up item 4. Please read the title. Read the title, please. 104.
Senate Bill 2484, custody. Create rebuttable presumption of joint custody with equal parenting time.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to explain the bill, and then my motion will be that we adopt the committee substitute, and I'll be allowed to explain, and then we do have an amendment. What this bill came through last year. We made it, we meaning the House and the Senate, got all the way to conference, couldn't get the final agreement in place, and what between the amendment and the committee substitute, what that is where we were trying to get to last year. And for the non-lawyers, I guess, what this is doing is creating a rebuttable presumption that fathers have just as much equal right in parenting. I'm sorry, Senator Barnett made a funny. That fathers have an equal amount of parenting time, and so what it does is creates a rebuttable presumption of joint custody, and if there's a grant of joint custody, that there be shared parenting time, and that rebuttable presumption can be overcome during either the trial or the hearing of the matter. If a court doesn't award joint custody with equal shared parenting time, then just has to state why. The reason this is before us is because we're hearing more and more about even though the law says it should be equal, fathers are trying to come forward and be parents in the lives of their children. And so we are trying to address that. And then on lines 47 to 49, the language there addresses when it's what is a irreconcilable differences divorce. So if they agree, they can go ahead and do this. We didn't have that last year. And so that's the explanation of the committee substitute. And then we do have an amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, let's adopt the committee sub first. Any questions of the committee sub? Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Senator, you're recognized for an amendment.
If Senator Hickman could be recognized to explain the amendment.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment, what it does, in committee, we had several questions about how we would address child support in a situation where there is joint physical and legal custody as well as equal parenting time. Big kudos to legal. We went over what other states were doing. We also looked at what other judges in this state are doing who are already granting equal or shared parenting time. And basically what they would do is we would go back to, we reference our child support statute and say that the judge would basically assess child support according to our statute to both parents, and the higher obligor would then pay the difference in that. So in simple terms, if there are two parents, one's child support obligation under the statute would be $100, the other one's obligation would be $150. The parent that would be obligated for the $150 would just pay $50 to the other parent. And the reason why most courts do this is because they want children to be able to enjoy the same type of lifestyle in both households since they're sharing equal time there. That is an explanation of the amendment, and I will answer any questions if necessary, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions? I see no questions. Senator Wiggins, did you wish to speak on the amendment?
No, I appreciate Senator Hickman's work on the amendment. I think it definitely makes this a better bill policy-wise and gets us where we need to be, and I would encourage you to vote for the amendment.
Okay, Senator Hickman, move for adoption of the amendment.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Wiggins.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests to use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be reported as voting no? Senator Bryan. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye and the bill has passed. Thanks, Senator Wiggins. Senator Bryan, 105, Senator Bryan will pass and retain. 106 as well, 107, 108, keep going, okay. We'll pass and retain those items. Go to 109. Pass and retain. 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, keep going. All right, all the way through 112. We'll pass and retain those items. And then we'll go to Senator Blackwell. Pass and retain. And now we're Senator Wiggins. Judd A. Can we go take up my bill? Okay, I'll suspend the rules and go back.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Pardon me? You can if they vote on it. Senator Younger, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask to suspend the rules and call up item number 45.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator, item 45. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2258, all-terrain vehicles and recreational off-highway vehicles allow tagging for operation on certain roads.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. As have it, Senator Younger, you're recognized to explain the bill.
I'd like to yield and let Senator Suber explain the bill.
Senator Suber, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill will allow side-by-sides to drive on county roads, gravel roads, any road that's under 40 miles an hour. This will not allow any use on a highway, not allow any use on an interstate. There is an exception where you can cross a highway, but you have to come to a complete stop. You have to go across at a complete 90-degree angle. By doing this, by allowing these side-by-sides to be tagged, you'll be required to comply under the licensing and tagging requirements under our Mississippi Code. You have to have insurance. Like I said, you have to have a tag displayed. All the requirements of a motor vehicle except those of a windshield wiper. You have to have rear view mirror. You have to have blinkers, brake lights, headlights. This will be a tag will be like it is on a motorcycle. Any additional fee, I think there's a $5 fee, will be paid back to the county to be used for the county roads. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Brumfield, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You yield for a question, Senator Suber?
I yield.
Senator Brumfield is recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see allow tagging. Is it required that all vehicles have tagging, or only if they want to operate on public highways?
It will not be required to have a tag, but if you were to use it on a public road, then it will be required to have a tag.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, will the lights be required for these vehicles to be on while they're on public roads? The headlights and taillights?
You have to have headlights and taillights. I don't know of a requirement that they have to be on while they're being used, but obviously if it's dark, that would be required.
Do you think it would be safer if those lights were on to be able to see them?
I would have
because I believe motorcycles.
I would have no problem with that.
Would you?
And I do have an amendment at the proper time. I was going to offer a reverse repealer. I do think there is a little bit of work in progress on this, but I'd be more than happy to entertain that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Questions?
For you, for a question, Senator Super?
I yield.
Senator Chisholm is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sales tax will be collected at the point of sale, is that correct? On the side-by-side?
Now this is not going to involve the sales tax. The law is not going to change on the sales tax on that.
I understand that, but...
You're talking about the tagging?
Yes, because on a vehicle, you collect sales tax when you purchase a tag, but if you collect the sales tax at the point of sale, then it will be up to you if you want to purchase a tag. It's not you have to purchase a tag, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the sales tax will be collected at point of sale, and then if you want to put a tag on your side-by-side, then you don't have to pay you don't have to pay sales tax when you buy the tag.
Right, you wouldn't have to be double taxed. I think you don't have one sales tax.
Okay, so it's not that you have to tag it, it's up to you if you want to tag it.
If it's going to be used on a county road or a public road, you would require a tag.
You would have to tag it, okay. And you know that I was the one that introduced this first 2 years ago, and I appreciate you working hard on it to get it passed.
Okay,
Or try to get it passed.
I think this is my third year in a row to pass that, but.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Barrett?
Friendly question,
You,
Mr. President.
Senator Suber?
I yield.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Suber, does this allow for an opt-out for municipalities or counties?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, you have an amendment, Senator.
Yes, I have an amendment.
One moment, please. Okay, the amendment's up, Senator.
I was offering an amendment for reverse repealer. Like I said, there are a few questions. I do want to continue to work on this. So I want to offer the reverse repealer and just continue working on this bill. So that'd be my motion to adopt.
Motion on the amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're back on the bill.
I move for adoption based off the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Michelle, no. Williams, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Any presents? Okay, the bill passes by use of morning roll call, 2 voting no. Thank you. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go to item 13, and ask the title be read.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr.
Thank you,
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2863, Mississippi Deferred Comp, allow Roth and other after-tax accounts and comply with qualified domestic relations orders.
Make your usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes a usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to the author of the bill to explain the bill.
Yield to the author, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2863, and I think there's a pass out coming to you. This is a bill that's requested from the Public Employees Retirement System Board. This deals with the deferred compensation program that is available to employees in the state of Mississippi. Many of these 401k style programs allow catch-up contributions for people who are over the age of 50. A Roth after-tax account, as you can see, federal law was amended to allow certain contributions, and we were trying to conform state law to do that in our deferred comp program. And the second thing that this does is a qualified domestic relations order, as you see, is a judgment or decree that a retirement plan would pay child support, alimony, et cetera. And again, this is dealing with the deferred comp to comply with those orders. That is a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I'd yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
I'd move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Simmons? D, no. Norwood, no. Anyone else? Anyone else present? Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. With two objections. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go to item 14, and ask that the title be read.
Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So we'll go to item 14. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2794, PERS, require any terminated plan to pay unfunded actuarial accrued liability to board in a lump sum before termination.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make your usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to the author of the bill, Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I recognized to explain the committee substitute?
You are.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is, again, a bill that is requested, Senate Bill 2794, by the team over at PERS. This is the collective net pension liability. We talk about the unfunded liability of the PERS system. Each of our employers actually have a portion of that, a pro rata portion of it, that is on their books. It's provided to them annually, and PERS actually does put together a document that will show all of that. This bill would simply state that if you leave the PERS system, that you would have to settle the books as it relates to your portion of the liability. That is a brief explanation of the bill. I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
If there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. On the bill, Senator.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Motion is for final passage on the morning roll call. Does anyone object to procedure? Or voting no? No. Simmons, D. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? No presence. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. One no vote, Senator Simmons. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass, we're just going to pass item 14. Let's see, we go to item 15. We just passed item 14. I'm sorry, we're going to 15. We're going to pass and retain. Suspend the rules, go to item 16.
Motion is to suspend the rules to go to item 16.
Title be read.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2439, PERS, create a fifth tier and terminate SLRP for employees hired on or after July 1st, 2025.
Usual motion, Mr. President.
Make sure you use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to the author of the bill, Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2439 does several things as relates to the retirement system. Each of you should have been provided a copy of the bill about an hour or so ago with a one-pager on top. The Tier 5 that would be created would be for newly hired employees. PERS currently has about a $26.5 billion unfunded actuarial accumulated liability. The employee contribution is 9%. The employer is currently 17.9% and is moving to 19.9%. The future employees have a different program. That's what this bill does. As you see in a gray kind of highlight with green lettering, I want to be very clear on the front end. This bill does not reduce any benefits, including COLA, which is cost of living adjustment, which some of your constituents call the 13th check. This does not reduce any benefits to any current retirees, beneficiaries, or employees. It actually puts more money into the PERS system to pay the unfunded actuarial liability and fulfill our obligation to current retirees and beneficiaries. This bill creates a hybrid Tier 5. As many of you know, we are in Tier 4, and some of those changes to the system have happened as recently as 2011, 2007, to change years of service and different things that they have toggled within the PERS system. But at the end of the day, no government entity or business is setting up a defined benefit plan. They are mostly focused on defined contributions, and that's what we are moving to. But the hybrid piece of it is that the 9% contribution from the employee will remain the same. 4% of that will go into a defined benefit plan. 5% will go into a defined contribution plan, such as a 401k style plan. In this scenario, it would be a 401A, as I understand it. This framework of this bill has been endorsed by the PERS board. It was voted in December. They've had numerous discussions over the past 4 or 5 years, but particularly at the December 18th meeting, the PERS board endorsed a hybrid defined benefit, defined contribution Tier 5 with only one nay vote with a full 10-member PERS board present. The PERS board has recognized and recommended a new tier more than just this year. The actuaries that inform PERS of what the contributions need to be ask currently for 25.92%. That's what the actuaries think we should raise the employer rate to. If you remember, just last year, there was a great discussion about the rate moving to 22.4. You heard from many of your cities and counties and schools that said they could not afford that. Ultimately, language was brought forward that raised our rate 2.5%, a half point a year. We are currently in the midst of that rise up to 19.9%. In the defined benefit plan portion, 4% of the money from the employee goes into that. It takes 8 years to vest. There's a service credit of 1% per year. The military service credit, as is current, is allowed for 4 years of active duty. I will walk through the bill. You can see, I don't want to just read you the one-pager, but I do want to make sure we understand the major pieces. Average compensation is calculated over the 8 highest consecutive years. That is a change from a 4 high. Disability rules remain primarily unchanged. There is no partial lump sum option due to the fact that there is a defined contribution piece. Full retirement in this program would be 62 years of age with 30 years of service, or 65 years of age with at least 8 years of service, or at any age with 35 years of service, and that means a non-reduced retirement. There is no cost of living guaranteed in this defined benefit plan. Language in the bill certainly allows for that on the approval of the legislature as we see our financial situation improve in the PERS system. I passed out, I think, a couple of other documents that you have seen the rate increases over the years, but yet the continual less funding actuarial accumulated liability. In the defined contribution plan, that vests immediately. It's portable. It's very similar to a 401k that many of you maybe have on your own. In addition to that, we want these funds to be accessed in a hardship determination similar to rules in a 401k. Much of that will be drawn up by the team at PERS who create these plans. In Section 1, we talk about the defined contribution plan, its creation, and that the continued contribution from the employer will be 19.9%. The Board of Trustees may assess the employer for the cost, administrative cost of operating this defined contribution, and it will give the member some direction, as you're familiar in a 401k, to make some choices as far as investment. From a risk standpoint, someone that's 20 might want to take more risky investments than someone who's 60. That is Section 1. In Section 2, it's definitions, which primarily we're talking about average compensation. As I stated earlier, the average compensation for someone hired, and the date that we're showing in this bill is March 1st of 2026. That gives the team at PERS a calendar year to get these things in place, including vendors, things of that nature. So average compensation is on the highest 8 consecutive years, as I said earlier, or the final 96 months, whichever is greater. From a definitional standpoint, I'll walk through it. I don't want to talk it to death, but I want to make sure that we've covered our bases. If someone withdraws from the system, now, there's a big difference between a break in service, meaning someone's working for the state, they leave employment with the state, and they come back. If you do that, you come back in whatever tier you left in. On the other hand, if I withdraw from state service and I ask for a refund of all my contributions, and then I come back to work for the state later, I am in whatever tier that is currently existing, because I took all of my money and I left and I came back. Section 3 talks about the calculation of service credit. Again, we have removed some of these service credits from out-of-state employment for unused sick leave. These are things the actuaries have a lot of trouble targeting, and it's part of the reason that we end up in the situation that we're in. But what we did keep in place, as I stated earlier, is active duty military, which is in Section 6, paragraph 6 of that section. That can be added as credible service up to 4 years. And then Section 7 is actually federal law, where if someone in the military is actually called to duty and they're in state service and they come back, they can buy those years of service back in. That's been existing law as well. Other than that, it is the years of service that you are working is what you are calculated as far as your benefit. In Section 4, the calculation for the retirement, again, it's 62 years of age and 8 years of service. That would be, if you have that, you can retire. There's a reduction unless you've reached the 30 years of age, 30 years of service. At 65 and 8 or more, you're vested with no reduction. And again, 35 years of credible service is entitled to a retirement allowance without reduction. In Section 5, again, that is repeated as far as the actuarial reductions. If you retire earlier than the retirement age and do not have the years of service, that is a similar actuarial reduction that was current in Tier 4. Section 5 addresses the cost of living adjustment. Again, this is only for new hires, new employees. You will see, again, the March 1st, 2026 date. The benefits earned and obligations made for Tier 4 and prior, in other words, current members, current employees, current retirees, current beneficiaries, will not change. As you see on line 1073, is not entitled to this COLA benefit. However, the legislature may provide an additional benefit for a specific year. Section 6 addresses the death provisions, benefits upon death and disability. We, other than the 65 being the full retirement age on a death benefit, those remain the same as far as percentages for children, the same way in disability. We felt like that even in a new tier, no one gets hired for the purpose of an untimely death or for a disability determination. And that is the majority of those sections. Section 7 are the options of drawing your money. We talked with the PERS staff. While they had probably rather have a few less options, I left that up to them to provide language, and we didn't receive anything. So you have the same options as far as distributing to your beneficiaries in whatever reduction based on how much you want to leave to your children or to your spouse or your beneficiaries. On lines 14, 19, I stated earlier, there is no partial lump sum distribution option for new employees for they're hired after March 1st, 2026. And again, part of that reason is because you have a defined contribution that would equate to that. Section 8 is a refund of accumulated earnings section. Again, if a person who's received a refund, you've asked PERS to give you all your money, you want to get out of the system, and you come back to be rehired, you're not eligible to come back in at the prior tier, even if you want to buy it back. Section 9 addresses the accounts that are simply holding the funds for the DB and the DC. You can see on line 1664 that the 4% is going into a defined benefit plan and 5% deposit into a defined contribution plan. In C on line 1719, you can see the language where the employer contribution rate will continue to increase by 0.5% till it reaches 19.9. For each member in Tier 5, except for as provided in Section 1, your defined benefit, your defined contribution, the employer's monthly payment, in other words, the employer portion, shall be applied to the accrued liability contribution fund. As I calculate, based on what the actuaries have put before us and what the PERS team has told me, we have over $7 billion a year in payroll for PERS employees. The changes that we're making to Tier 5 will put $140 million new dollars annually toward the unfunded actuarial liability. The question was asked today on another piece of legislation that's forthcoming about taxes, about PERS. With Tier 5, there will be $140 million more dollars going to pay the unfunded actuarial liability because of the way the Tier 5 is structured. I think that is significant. That is every year, and that is without an increase on our employers over the 19.9. We will have another piece of legislation that will be addressed at some point that may bring additional revenue into the PERS system due to reforms of the PERS style programs. Certainly this body is always available to offer more cash infusion into PERS, and I can assure you PERS will always request such information. The only other, and Ian, if I can trouble you just a minute, Ian? Ian? Can I bother you just a second? Sorry. The only other piece, what's the line where we took the major, because I do want to explain that. All right. One other change I just want to make sure I didn't fail to mention. Yes, 1725. Anytime there's something struck out, I want to make sure I cover that. Last year, as we were having the discussion of actuaries being involved, and when the numbers come over from PERS, that if PERS was going to ask for more money, that they shall have 2 more actuaries. We're changing that to May. Senator Blunt and I actually serve on the PERS board as appointees of Lieutenant Governor, and I don't know his feelings about this, but in watching, I got the thumbs up from him, but in watching the presentations, having the actuaries use the same basic assumptions and then calculate the same number seemed to be a bit of a futile effort and a waste of tax dollars. So if they believe they need to use a different actuary or an additional actuary, but the fact is they're going to continue to ask us every year for more money. And I want to be clear, the PERS board has a fiduciary duty. Now that means they're responsible legally to people. And the actuaries are always going to say, go get more money. The PERS board is always going to ask. So every year we'd be spending this money really kind of fruitlessly in that endeavor. And I don't blame them for always asking for more money because they have a fiduciary duty. Of course, that fiduciary duty is to current beneficiaries, members, and retirees who will benefit from the implementation of a Tier 5. Finally, the last thing that this bill does in Section 10, this will end the supplemental legislative retirement plan for any future elected officials. Same as Tier 4, those who are in it today will continue to be in it and have the benefits, but those who come in after March 1st, there will not be slurp. This is something that I do get asked about frequently from constituents. My response to them is generally, I didn't know it existed when I ran for this office, but it really does seem to be a sore spot for our constituents, so I think that it would be good just to put it to bed once and for all. That is a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I would yield to any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator. Appreciate that detail. Senator Horn, you were first.
Question.
You for a question, Senator Sparks.
I yield.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Mr. Chairman, I think I heard you say toward the end that the fifth tier would kick in on March 1st of next year.
That's correct. Yes, sir. That's what's written in the bill. Yes, sir.
So any future employees would come in under the fifth tier.
After that date, that's correct.
And that 5% of the deferred contribution would go into a 401k for those fifth tier employees.
I think it's a 401k similar program. It's called a 401A.
Okay. But it's very similar to
Yes.
the 401k that we're all familiar with.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
And will that generate as much money to the employee in the fifth tier during retirement as the current system does?
That's a good question. If I could tell you the exact answer to that, I wouldn't be here with y'all. I'd be on Wall Street. The defined contribution has the benefit of a 401k style plan. Much of that, if you and I got hired at the same time for the same amount of money and worked the same number of years and had the same service credit, you may choose a different investment strategy than I, and therefore you may have more money than I do when we reach the end of that realm. The defined benefit is exactly what it says it is. They tell you you're going to have X amount of dollars, a stream of income in the future that you don't have any access to until you reach the end of the line. The great thing about a defined contribution is that it is portable. It is something that you have some impact and decision in, and that you have the ability to build wealth, not just a future stream of income. So I would say that it very well could benefit more so.
So that fifth tier employee could conceivably, would have a lot more control over what the 401A invested in over the course of their career.
Yes, sir. That's how the legislation is drafted, and that's what I would expect the PERS board to do. Somewhat similar to your deferred compensation, and deferred compensation is optional. 457. The 401A is a mandatory payroll reduction, so we can't mix those two pots of money together, as I understand it from people a lot smarter than me about tax law. But it's the very same concept. And I also, in this legislation, and I'm proud you brought that up, I am of the opinion and of the mindset and belief that the defined contribution and the deferred comp is a way that our employers, whether it's a city, a county, a school district, or the state of Mississippi, could offer their employees hiring opportunities, retention opportunities, to put money into an account for them that will mean more for them at the end of their employment experience. Unfortunately, with just the DB, it is what it is. And that's all it is.
And if an employee who is fifth tier invests in the 401A and makes some bad investments, that's just on them. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Those are the choices that they have made. I certainly expect, very similar to our deferred comp, there's not going to be huge risky opportunities. In other words, we want to offer people some choice, but we certainly, and I would expect the PERS board would do great effort to try to help educate our employees, because our goal with this Tier 5 is to help them create wealth, certainly not to, be injured.
Yes, sir. And you also mentioned that $140 million in new dollars is going into the PERS system annually. That's a general fund commitment that the state is making under this measure?
No, sir. Under Tier 5, because of the way it is drawn up, there is $140 million approximate dollars that will go toward the UAAL, because we are not doing a pure defined benefit plan.
Right, but the state is making that commitment out of its general fund.
Yeah, that's correct, because we're already paying the 19.9. In other words, I want to be very clear. It's not an increase on the 19.9. It is the 19.9 being paid. It's currently 17.9, but it's headed to 19.9. That is being paid, but the cost of the plan is less expensive because of the defined benefit piece, to the tune of about 2% as presented by the actuaries, and 2% of $7 billion is $140 million.
So the 19.9 is what where the 140 million is coming from.
It comes out of that employer contribution. That's correct. Okay. Yes.
All right. And what about local government employees? And is there going to be increased contributions required of local governments to help fund this plan?
They're at the 19.9 already.
And that's the most we're going to be asking of them.
That's certainly all I want to ask for, and it's why I think this bill is so important to pass, because when you start looking at this list, it's a little scary when I look up the little town of Belmont and I see how much their portion of the unfunded actuarial liability is. So I've said from this well before, as it relates to PERS, we're all in it together. And the rate, we hope, does not go north of 19.9. And Senator Horn, I hope there's a day, and I doubt I'll be sitting in a seat in here when it happens, but I hope there's a day that 19.9 goes down, because if you really want to have an opportunity to see growth in wages in the state of Mississippi for state employees, it'll be when we manage our affairs better, and that we don't have a 20% cost of labor. Maybe that employee can pick up a 5 or 10% raise.
Okay. And as far as the elimination of the 13th check, the COLA, for the fifth tier employees, that goes away.
There is no guaranteed COLA in Tier 5. That's correct.
There may be an opportunity to get a COLA if the state's doing well financially.
Yes, sir. And I'll be honest with you, I've had several really interesting suggestions to a COLA. While it's not in the bill, and right now, again, actuarially, I can't put it in the bill, and the actuaries say that's not a good idea. But I think you could see with this body, because, we're a year away from hiring anyone under Tier 5, and then you're 30 years away from having retirees, maybe 20, 25 years away. But there's an opportunity, I think, in the future to look at the deferred comp or the defined contribution, and maybe the state looks at it, or the local employer. This is where I hope it gives flexibility. Let's say to school districts who need a teacher in a particular area, they say, hey, look, here's what the wage schedule is. They already do local supplements at a lot of these places, is they could say, we're going to put something into your defined contribution, or we're going to put something into your deferred comp. We're going to match you some amount. So I could see where the state, even with their employees or the employers, would say, when an employee gets to the 10-year mark, for years 11 through 20, we're going to match them 1%. And years 21 through 30, we're going to match them 2%. And that's in their defined contribution. Because one thing about the COLA, and my mother's a retired school teacher, and she's been out about 8 years now, and that COLA check has gotten up enough that it's a number that you're like, oh, well, that's more than I make in a normal pay period. But the great thing about the defined contribution plan is that when you retire, if you and your wife want to go to Paris and take that lifetime vacation when you're 59, 60 years old, you can do it. instead of waiting on the DB to kick in and have enough years of enough COLA to get that check so that you can make that trip when you're 80. I'd rather make it when I'm 59.
All right, so, one of the things that state workers are encouraged to understand is that, yes, our salaries are sometimes not as competitive as the private sector or some other states may be offering. And one of the rewards that folks can look forward to is their retirement benefits. And we have a great retirement benefit program. But with the fifth tier, would it be safe to say that with this addition of a fifth tier, that may not always be the case for employees, that their benefits are not going to be as great as folks who get that COLA?
I think that's fair to say that could be the case, and it could also not be the case because of the various situations we've described. I certainly hope employers look at the opportunity to contribute to a defined contribution or to a deferred comp plan. For instance, I'd like to see the state, and maybe some of our local entities do, I'd like to see the state be involved in a 403B plan for our educators. That could be
what is that?
That's people that are in education. It's a deferred comp style plan where, once again, we could put money, instead of just saying, well, we're just going to give a pay raise on the salary schedule, we offer the opportunity to match them. I believe that this does really open the opportunity for state employees to create wealth that belongs to them. It is not a stream of future income that belongs to the state that they're going to parse out to them over their lifetime, but it actually belongs to them. And one thing I'd say about the DC and whatever value you put on this, I am very adamant, and it's in the legislation, that my desire is that the 401A profit sharing, whatever the proper IRS vehicle is to do our defined contribution, would have a hardship waiver process just like a 401K, so that if you had a child or a spouse that fell ill and you're two state employees and you don't make a lot of money, just like you said, I'm going to tell you what I'd do. I'd drain every bit of my 401K for my wife. Mm-hmm. But you know what? If I'm a pure DB, I just look at her and say, honey, I'll try to go borrow the money, because I have no money of my own. It is a future stream of income. So I honestly believe that may be something that is so valuable to people that they have access to their money, because you immediately vest in the DC. That's your money from day one.
And as far as that hardship is concerned, that would be regardless of age. Is that correct?
I think that when you look, it would be very similar to a 401K. The hardship provisions are mostly governed by the IRS, because you're piercing a money that has been taken out pre-tax. So yes, there would be the same hardship provisions that are allowable under IRS law, similar to a 401K.
Thank you. And as far as the 5% on the defined contribution for the fifth tier, would it be safe to say that we are now privatizing that defined contribution for future employees after March 1st of 2026?
I don't think so. I mean, it belongs to gosh, that's a good question. It belongs to the employee vested immediately. If privatization means our state employees have ownership, then that's privatization. But the state is still the plan sponsor. The state still has a fiduciary duty, and the state still has the burden to pay the defined benefit piece, which we didn't talk much about, but the state pays that no matter what the investments do. The state, and that's why it's a hybrid, the state will pay that defined benefit. We have the same obligation to Tier 5 as we have to Tier 1 through 4.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. It's a very complicated program. You've done a great job of explaining it in a way that we might be able to convey to our constituents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
you, Senator Horn. Thank you very much. Senator Michelle. For what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Were you for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, and I agree, Senator Sparks. Thanks so much for all your efforts on this legislation. When you presented it last week to our Rules Committee, there was still some work going on in the legislation. We brought a lot of code sections forward, and I had asked a question, and I did not hear the explanation just now on it, but on the 5% deferred contribution portion, you had mentioned that there could be an employer match. Is that in this legislation?
It is, and I want to be very clear on the two pots of money because you can't put them together. The mandatory contribution from the employee is 9% total. The mandatory employer contribution is 19.9. The defined contribution piece is 5% of the employee's money out of that 9. That money, and I have asked that the 401A be drawn in a way that can be matched on a optional basis by the employer. Again, as I was saying earlier, that might be a hiring encouragement, maybe a retention encouragement. But yes, that is my intention. And of course, tax lawyers that are a lot smarter than me are going to have to draw the plan up. You know, we let PERS draw the plan internals, but that is in the legislation. And I'll be glad to try to go to the line where it says that. But that is our goal, is that we have a plan that would allow, I believe I'm looking at this, obviously this strike all amendment, that line 81, if that's the same thing you're looking at that I'm looking at, you can see on line 79 a portion of the employee's contribution is deposited in the defined contribution account as provided in 251123. And in addition, the employer may elect to contribute an amount up to the maximum pre-tax allowable under federal law for plans 401A. So yes, sir, I think that's one of the best things that we could do is put our employers in a position to help our employees build wealth and grow wealth. Because in some situations, people may, say, I want to defer all the, money that I can, but that is the 5% mandatory out of their employee contribution. Now, separate and apart from that, in a 457, our deferred comp, which we already have, an employee can make optional contributions. And I also want the employer to be able to make optional matches. I think that would be so beneficial for us. I think we've been restricted in going through that. And I'll just be honest, when I was a kid, long time ago before the internet and everything else, I don't think near as many people were involved in investing and buying stocks and understanding it. And in today's world, it's very common that people are doing that and having 401ks. And so we're really just bringing an opportunity to our employees.
Okay, on that defined contribution portion, you said the employer match. The employer, of course, would be our state, our many state agencies. How would they handle this? Would they bring that to the budgeting process and pick a number that they wanted to match for the employees? Would it be consistent statewide, or could an agency suggest a match that's different from another agency?
I want as much variability as there possibly can be, because in certain circumstances, they may be having trouble hiring certain professions. They may have trouble retaining certain professions. I can quite certainly believe that if someone was toward the end of their career and they were offered, again, some retention pay that might go into deferred comp. Because the other thing, as you well know about the deferred comp and defined contribution, it's not a stream of future payments, but that's something you could leave to your children. You could leave to your grandchildren, so it becomes an asset. But I think the state agencies, and we would work with, of course, the appropriation folks, but they come in here all the time and ask for a salary change. They come in here all the time and say, we need to raise salaries. We need more money in the lump sum for salaries, this many pins. They can certainly come in and say, we believe it would be beneficial for us, let's say at the AG's office, to retain attorneys. We really believe if we had the flexibility not to raise the salary, but to have an opportunity to match them in either their defined contribution or in their deferred comp, that would be a tool that they could use. Another one that I think about is law enforcement, first responders. I want us to see us potentially be in a position where, whether it's a state agency or a local unit of government, that they have the opportunity to encourage people to stay with them, and part of that encouragement is based on compensation.
But how could we, as members of the legislature, when we're handling these budgets, pick the winners? How could we decide whether mental health got 8% additional funds for matching, or would we decide if public safety got 3%, or how would we decide if just any particular agency, if we're giving them the authority to pick a number that they think might be necessary for them to retain their staff? you mentioned older, somebody close to retirement. Certainly, they couldn't pick 10% for one employee and then 2% for another. We'd be opening up a can of worms there on favoritism, wouldn't we?
Well, I believe in merit pay. So,
Well, this is retirement pay. I mean, you got your merit pay. That's your salary.
well, I'm just saying that is something certainly I'm glad to work with you on and have those conversations. But we make decisions here every year about who gets plussed up for salaries and who doesn't. Happened to be vice chair corrections for 4 years, and every year they came in, if you give us this much money, we can hire all the correctional officers we need. And the next year they came in, if you'll give us this much more money, we can hire all the correctional officers we need. I think that's something, and I'm not as familiar with it because I'm not on appropriations, but that's something the appropriations folks deal with on a regular basis is request. But I just want as much flexibility and variability so that it is, again, more like what they would see in the business world, because young people today do not appear to be so interested in 30 years at one place as much as maybe people were a generation ago.
Okay. Well, that's the budgeting process for the state. I do share your sentiment that it would be well taken care of. I'm a little concerned about some of the municipalities, some of the cities that could go rogue and give huge payment and bankrupt the city. That does concern me if there's not any checks and balances. I want to ask another question about the defined benefit portion. It allows a COLA. Is that COLA to be determined by the legislature or by PERS board?
It is determined by the legislature. That's what it states on, and I can look that line up, but it's 100% a legislative decision, and it would be based on, the determination of where they felt like we were in the system and what we needed to do. But that would be a legislative decision, an appropriation decision.
To prevent the problem we're in right now, where our COLA has run up quite huge numbers, would it be smart to put a prohibition on a COLA in there, or go ahead and tie it to a CPI with a cap?
Well, I mean, it's if we did that and a future legislature wanted to remove it, I don't know if there's a protection there. I mean, I just want to make sure that people understand that a cost of living adjustment for a new tier of people is far enough out there that I won't be in this seat most likely, and that legislature will have to make that decision. But I will tell you this, what we're doing today is not bankrupting. We're unbankrupting decisions that were made in 1990 and 1999. So when we step up and finally say, instead of just adding a few more years of service or lowering this just a little bit, we say no. In today's environment, a DB-DC hybrid model is the way to go, and it adds $140 million toward the unfunded actuarial liability, which will still take us about 30 years to really dent. But I agree with you. I think we need to have that opportunity, but quite certainly what we're doing here today is to try to undo some things that have been done in the past, and I hope somebody that sits in that seat 25 years from now has more flexibility to appropriate money toward salaries and things that are good for the state of Mississippi, or income tax eliminations. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins. For what purpose, sir?
Friendly question.
You go, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Wiggins is recognized.
Senator Parks, you mentioned the 90s and bankrupting. Are you familiar with what happened down our way with the Singing River Hospital pension plan?
I am vaguely familiar, just from a distance.
Well, they were headed down that road, and it sounds like what you're doing with this is trying to avoid that situation where those pensioners lost, but for a tremendous amount of pain, they were losing their pensions that they'd been guaranteed by a government entity. Is this what you're trying to prevent?
Absolutely. What we're trying to do is make sure we make our obligation to our current beneficiaries, retirees, and members, employees, and have something new for the future employees. But it is certainly something that is concerning to us as a legislature, because this is an item that also goes on our books as the state of Mississippi. It affects our bonding authority ability. It affects our ratings. I mean, this is something that, you know, in the world we're in today, if we don't do something, and I want to tell you, I won't say this, I appreciate the PERS board and their willingness to work with us. It was a tough year last year. We heard the outcry from our constituents that they wanted their elected board. They wanted to keep their elected board, and that's exactly what happened. And they have 8 of those slots that are elected by members, retirees, beneficiaries, people that they have a fiduciary duty to. And when that body, who has a fiduciary duty to those people, votes for this plan, this endorses a hybrid plan that meets this framework with only one nay vote on a 10-person board, I really appreciate them stepping up with us as we approach this so that we don't have things like you just described.
I too would like to speak on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Harkins, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, if you would please help me welcome a former legislator in Missouri, a good friend of mine visiting the state today, Mr. Justin Hills here. If y'all would please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to our Senate. Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. Senator Parker, you requested to speak on the bill. Hold on just one second, Senator. We need to adopt the committee sub. We got ahead of ourselves on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, my motion would be that we adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill.
It's a strike all. Is that sufficient for?
The strike all was the committee substitute. Let me look.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President. After having adopted the committee substitute, the strike all that we've been discussing for the period of time, I would like to adopt that strike all amendment.
1 second.
Which is the document that was passed out to everyone.
Okay. This is an all in favor. Okay, the committee substitute's up there, but you also have a copy of the bill. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, Senator. Senator Parker, we're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say Senator Sparks did a fantastic job of explaining the information. It is very complicated information. I have attempted to explain this information to other people and have found it very challenging. So I want to thank him for doing such a good job of explaining this. My questions come and my concern comes from interactions that I've had this year and last year. So to Senator Sparks' point earlier, we had detailed discussions about this last year. We made a lot of changes. We ensured the benefits going forward, and what we're talking about today is certainly no change in those benefits. But just a few weeks ago, I was asked to come up and speak to our retired educator group in my area of the state, and I went prepared with all of the information that I believe Senator Sparks went through, and I, in good faith, did my best to try to explain what we were attempting to do and the changes we were going to make. And I was unsuccessful. Even after going through everything and going through my discussion, they had questions, and they're good questions. They were such as, okay, if part of this now becomes a DC instead of a DB, and money is taken out of that account, when that money comes out, is that going to affect the money in the account going forward? And I did not know the answer to that. They asked questions about, well, if it's in a 401k and I invest it poorly and the return goes down, am I going to make even less than what the plan is showing here? And my answer to that was yes, because you will be assuming the rest for at least a portion of your benefit in this hybrid plan. And so after having inability to convey that point, driving back, I asked for some information from the PERS board. I spoke to Ray Higgins, and he was good enough to provide me with some information. And the information that I got showed me some alternatives to what we're attempting here. The one that I found most interesting, and I'm going to show you a graph of it here in just a minute, is that if we simply change the current Tier 4 from the exact status that we have right now to a Tier 5 that moved the COLA from 3% to 1% for anyone entering the system going forward, what effect would that have on the system going forward? And I'll show you a little graph here. And so what the graph shows is that clearly we have a problem. Clearly some changes need to be made. But what the graph shows is that if we made the change that I have just described in a minute or so, it would have a very close effect on the unfunded liability in 20 to 30 years. And it would also create solvency in the system going forward. So in looking at that, I got more detailed information. I have an entire PowerPoint that was provided to me by PERS that does a comparison of the current plan. It does a comparison to the plan that Senator Sparks has described. It also does a comparison to if we did a DB plan at a 1.6 across the board, and it does a pure DB plan with a 1% COLA going forward. The reason I stand up here and talk about this is as we left last session and I was up here explaining the PERS challenges, what I told the people that I represent is that I did not think we should make some changes to the plan until they had the information in their hands and they could make a decision and have an understanding of what is going to be considered going forward. So coming into this session, that was my ask. That was my ask of the PERS board. I've asked it multiple times that they send out this new suggested Tier 5 to the membership, of which I'm a member, and explain to them what the change will be and what impact that might have in the future. I have not received that correspondence. If anyone in here has received it, please, correct me. But I do think our retirees need to know what change we're making into the plan going forward. The retired teachers I spoke with told me, my daughter's in school to become a teacher. I want them to have the same abilities and the same benefits that I've had because I've enjoyed this. They told me, I'm not sure I can convince someone in school now to try to become a teacher if we make such a dramatic change to the plan. And so what my suggestion would be is that if we do have two plans that could be fairly equivalent in their effect in propping up the system going forward, the hybrid plan, as it's been greatly described by Senator Sparks, and a simple change to the COLA going forward of moving it from 3% to 1%, I think it would be nice if that was sent to the membership to get them feedback, comment, other things in front of them so that we can see what questions they might have and what decisions we might want to make on an alteration to the plan. That's what I would like to have. If I were, if I had a child who was moving into education, I would want to know what that future would be for them. I do know that even though we have worked very hard, Senator Barr has worked very good to raise our teacher salaries, our teachers are still not paid as much as I would like to see them pay. I know every year we work to get them more pay, and some of them see this pension plan that they've had as a benefit. And I want us to give this very careful consideration. I want us to know exactly what we're voting on. And so I wanted to just bring this to the body's attention. And as far as the 401k plan goes, of the plans that I've mentioned here today and that Senator Sparks has spoken about, I'm a participant in any and all plans that I can be in. I am a fairly good financial planner, but I'm not an expert. I have had times where my portfolio, even watching it daily, has lost half its value in a week or two. I watched my father-in-law have that happen to him, where he lost his portfolio value, and when it dropped to the lowest point, his decision was to cash it out and to put it into a savings account. So I don't know that everyone within the sound of my voice has the financial expertise to make decisions that are as challenging in certain situations as others. I think everyone can learn, but I think people are sometimes busy, and so that's a concern of mine. So just wanted to bring that up and just mention my perspective on this, just for concern, and I will be glad to share with anyone here the information that I have on that. I also requested a move to 0% COLA, and that actually I think did a little bit better than the 1%, but I think it would be nice if we could continue to have COLA, but have it be moved to a lower amount if at all possible. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I had a question for Senator Parker.
Sorry, Senator, I missed that. You want to come back for a moment?
It's okay.
Senator, will you yield?
Certainly.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Parker, I'm looking at the yellow or orange line, the pure defined benefit plan 1% COLA that you're talking about.
Right.
That blue line that's closest to it, which plan of that, because they all look blue to me, which one of those on the bottom is that line that's closest to the yellow line? I'm trying to figure out which one of those is closest to your yellow line.
If he can leave it up, let me just get in front of me here. So the darkest blue that you see is the current PERS plan.
Right.
The yellow that you see right there is the pure DB plan with the 1% COLA.
So what's the darkest one?
The darkest one at the lowest amount down there is the current plan. The one that's running alongside it right there.
That's it.
Is the pure DB plan moving the index to 1.6 on the COLA. That is not something I requested, but that would be if you change the COLA amount to 1.6.
Which line is the one that's in this bill? I guess that'd be an easier question. Is there one? Which line is in this bill?
The one that does the best. So the PERS board approved Tier 5 is the best performing one. You will see there. And if we could also, let's, on my same graph here, I'm going to ask the clerk to turn this over to the other side. Which side? To the side we have now. To the other side. Because now on this graph, I think you may be able to see it. And I apologize because, can you hand me that back? Okay, great. I didn't have a copy for the clerk up there. Yeah, but on this one that you're seeing now, this is the 50-year projection of unfunded liability, current plan versus hybrid plan versus comparable DB plans. And so the best performing one there is the hybrid plan that you see kind of end in the kind of light green that's kind of deadlining into like where you see 2064. If you see over just a little bit further though where the yellow hits, that's where moving the COLA to 1% does. I don't know, I tried to get exactly what that difference would be. It looks to me to be about a 2-year difference, on the graph that you have in front of you there. But that was certainly Senator Sparks' plan does get us there, a little bit quicker, but it changes the plan fundamentally and creates some other challenges that create some other actuarial unknowns.
So the dark line that almost runs identical to the yellow line, point me to which one that is on the
Yeah,
bottom?
that one's not one I've discussed.
Okay, that's just another
So
one that they have.
the only ones for
So
you to look
there's-
at on this that are comparable to what we've discussed
Okay.
is if you look at the one that does the worst, that shows the $20 billion liability.
Yeah, that's the
in
current.
That's the current plan.
Current, okay.
And
So-
then if you look at the yellow line, that's if we move to a 1% COLA DB plan.
Mhm.
And then if you look at the light blue, right, or the
Gray.
I'll call it
Kinda looks
gray. Your gray might be a better way.
Okay.
The best performing plan is Senator Sparks' plan by about 2 years.
Uh-huh.
But if you look at how the curve goes, none of them really get to a significant amount of improvement until we get into around 2050 or so. It's a challenging graph to kind of study.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized. And then Senator Sparks, you'll be recognized to close, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, there's a train coming. There's a train coming, and that train is pain. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about the current PERS system that we have. So for the younger folks who weren't here, you may not know about what went on in my area and Senator England's area and Senator Seymour's area. But it got started about mid-80s, where a multitude of hospitals pulled out a PERS system via legislation by the state, by the legislature, where that allowed them to run their own retirement systems. One of those was Singing River Hospital System. Probably 8 years ago, it collapsed. If you want to see pain in your constituents, you let PERS fail. I have never seen my constituents, either then or now, in so much pain. At the time, Singing River Hospital, and I think it still is, was the second largest employer in Jackson County. There were people who worked for 30 years. And because of the decisions or lack thereof, they could not make payments because of the defined benefits that they were promised. And they were going and went bankrupt. There were protests. There was pain. There was lost money. And hopes and dreams were almost ruined. And if you think I'm over-exaggerating, I'm not. The system that was set up at Singing River Hospital System is exactly the same kind of system we have in our current plan. And you've been around to hear what we're having to do as a legislature. It's the same thing. I've shared it publicly. I've shared it with the Lieutenant Governor. Singing River Hospital System was the canary in the coal mine. And I resolved then and there that I would not let anybody, I would do what I could to not let that happen to any Mississippians. And so what did happen was they lost the money. And through years of lawsuits and heartache, but lawyers stepped in. What did they get? They got a settlement of 80 cents on the dollar. 80 cents. Mind you, that's what they chose to take because it was the best deal they could get. It went all the way to the federal court, went all the way to the Supreme Court. So
I know there's a lot of numbers in here. I'm about what it does to people. And after that happened, the legislature stepped up, helped us to do some things. But you had hospital retirees from Jackson, George, other counties who would show up on a daily basis and picket in front of the hospital. They showed up here to the Capitol with signs and buses because the government that had promised them a retirement went belly up. And that's exactly what happened. And why? Because you had people on that board, I don't think they were intentional, but they lost the way. And as Senator Sparks said, a fiduciary duty. And I'm sorry, but they weren't capable of doing that. And I do appreciate that this board has come forward with a plan. But if you want to see, again, pain, go talk to any Singing River Hospital employee. They will tell you. They still call me up and talk about it. They're living knowing that for the 30 years, 40 years that they worked, they're not getting it. And so I have trust in Senator Sparks, in the numbers that he's put forward. I hadn't gotten into them, but I've heard the plan. It is the right thing to do for the future of PERS and the future of your constituents if you want to prevent them from having the heartache and the trauma that those Singing River Hospital employees went through and are still going through. And I will give you their phone number. If you have anybody, I will give you their phone number and let you speak to them. Because I will tell you, when you hear from them, there's only one choice to do, and that is to vote in support of this bill so that we can have a retirement system that is not going belly up. And last year, when we had to pony up something to the tune of $300 million for the next 20 years every year, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's money that could go to education. That's money that can go to law enforcement. That's money that can go to everybody's wishes that they want. And we owe it to our constituents, and I think everybody in here understands that, to have a system that is going to work for the future. And I appreciate the work that Senator Sparks has put in. I appreciate the work that Lieutenant Governor Hoseman has put in to bring this forward, because I know that the folks in Jackson County who went through this don't want other people to go through it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Blunt, you're recognized. This will be the last one to speak before Senator Sparks. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every single retiree from the Public Employees Retirement System has always gotten every dollar that they earned while they were working. And if any employer has lost his or her retirement, it's because their employer left the Public Employees Retirement System. This is an important issue to all of us, and we all have to go home and explain to our constituents what's happening for our retirees, for our current employees, and for people who may go to work in the system in the future. And I found when I go home that if you do enough homework and you have a simple, clear explanation that's one sentence, that people will listen to it and accept it. And so when I heard that there were alternatives being considered, I called the PERS board, and I do serve on that board with Senator Sparks. In fact, co-authored the bills he handled very ably earlier on the calendar today, and I said, this would be very easy and simple to explain to anybody, but I'd like to know what the numbers show. What if I could tell my constituents that there will be no changes to the system at all for future retirees, but the COLA's 1% instead of 3%. I think I can explain that. What would that look like? And the actuary for the PERS board provided the information that in 30 years, you are better off under that alternative than the plan that is before you now. The unfunded liability of the state is better in 30 years under that alternative than what is before you now. That's 7 or 8 legislatures from now, 4 or 5 or 6 governors, lieutenant governors from now, and I believe people can understand that. And what if I told you that that simple alternative that will leave the system better off in 30 years will leave the retiree better off too? Maybe we ought to be for that. Let's begin with one thing that hasn't been acknowledged yet, and it's the first thing that the actuary will tell you, and it's the first thing that the director of the retirement system will tell you. This system needs more money. It is going to require more money for the folks who are retired and who are working now to pay the benefits that are owed. And I hear on the radio every day, I hear these 2 issues. We're in the best financial shape we've ever been. We need to eliminate the income tax. We have this gigantic financial problem at PERS. I mean, go figure. Go figure that. So we can debate 5th tiers. Anybody can come up with 5th tiers all day long, but we first have to recognize that we owe that money. I know everybody in here, Senator Sparks and all the rest of us, recognize that we owe every retiree and every employee the benefits that they were promised when they get to work. And so I don't want anybody to be scared about that. But again, because we all know on social media there are scare tactics, there's misinformation, and people just honestly just get it wrong, a simple message is best. And a simple message is an alternative that is not before you in this bill. With regard to Tier 5, what I see this is about is shifting the risk and the responsibility for financial decisions for the rest of an employee's lifetime from the state to the individual. That's what I think this is about. Before I meant to make one other point about shifting the tax cut issues that are before us now. What we ought to do, in my opinion, is we ought to cover the increase that our cities and counties are paying right now. Those increases are going up under legislation we passed last year. Before we cut taxes, why don't we help our cities and counties out and every property taxpayer in this state and pay that increase for them? We can afford that before we start cutting taxes. I've got a bill on that, and I hope it comes up in the Finance Committee next week. Think about what a defined benefit means. And I mentioned earlier that the retiree is better off under the existing plan with a 1% COLA than he or she will be under a hybrid plan. The document here that comes from the actuaries at PERS, I know you've seen a lot of charts now. Upon retirement, that retiree is going to get $10,000 a year more under a defined benefit program with a 1% COLA than he or she will have under a defined benefit program with no COLA guaranteed, which is what is before you now. That gap will continue to widen as that employee ages. If you have a teacher who retires at age, say 65, when that teacher is 75, 80, that teacher is going to be much better off if they have a guaranteed 1% COLA than if they have what's before you now. You're asking that person who works for your county or your city or your school district to manage a portfolio, to manage an investment portfolio, to make investment decisions over the term of their life. And then, when that employee retires, he or she is going to have money in a 401k style defined contribution program. How many of you know people who have worked for a public employer and leave that job at some point, not retirement, but sometime during their career? They leave the public employer's retirement system and go do something else. How many of those people that you know had the opportunity to roll that money over into an IRA, avoid taxes, save for their retirement? And how many people do you know who did that, who took that money, who paid taxes on the money, took the money, had expenses, and when they retired, that money was gone? I think we all know people like that. You're asking people to manage their investments and meet or exceed what the investment managers at the retirement system are doing right now. We're paying those people right now. They can manage that money for them right now. In fact, they're being paid to do that. Senator Sparks mentioned the idea that maybe some of these people would take a trip to Paris. I think they would take a trip to Paris. I think you're asking them to have that amount of money in that account, and they're going to say, okay, I've got this amount of money, whatever it is, and I'm going to assume that I'm going to get this return each year, and I'm going to assume that I'm going to live for this many more years in my life, and so I'm only going to allow myself to reduce that principal by this amount of money each year over the rest of my life because I have a defined benefit plan that is not going to grow. It's going to be flat. Under the scenario that was provided by the actuaries, I'm going to have $18,000. I'm going to have $18,000. I just think we all know this, and I saw this when I was walking through neighborhoods in my district when I was running for office last summer before last. How many people do you knock on somebody's door and they're retired from the school system? They're retired from state government. They're retired from the military. They're retired from the federal government, and they have a life, and they have a good house, and they have a good neighborhood, and they're financially secure because they had a defined benefit program. You're going to take all that away. You're going to ask people to live on a defined benefit program that is a smaller percentage with no COLA. I believe this alternative, one, is easier to explain to folks, and the retiree is better, and in 30 years the system is better off. And that's tough to argue against. The bill that is before you now passed out of the Rules Committee, and I think it was a 3-2 vote. The proposal that I'm talking about was not endorsed by the PERS board on a 5-3 vote. I think, there were a lot of backroom conversations about all that. But this bill may pass today. I'm not going to vote for it. I told you what I think is a better way to get to where we need to be, because we all recognize we need a fifth tier. But would we be better off? Is the House more likely to consider this? Because I think we need to get a fifth tier done this year. Would we be better off if we pass this bill 52-0? Or are we going to pass something over here by, if it passes or whatever margin it passes at, when people know there's a better alternative? Again, I do not think that shifting the risk for a person's retirement is what we ought to do. Think about how many people you know who are in the system right now. Think about that school teacher. Think about that police officer, that firefighter, that person working at MDOT. They've been there for 15 years. They've never really made much money. They're thinking, I could go make more money doing something else. And that person says, well, I need to stay. They're not going to stay. They've got a smaller, much smaller defined benefit program with no COLA. What's going to keep that person? We keep people like that because they know I can hang on for 10 years, 15 more years. I can get a good retirement. It's going to have a COLA. I need to stick where I'm at. I'm not making enough money, but I need to stick where I'm at. That happens every day. We all know people like that. That person's going to leave. They got no reason to stay. They're just going to take that 401k, and maybe they're going to manage it well. Maybe they're going to be disciplined about taking it out. Maybe they're not going to take that trip to Paris. But that person's going to be worse off, and the system is not going to be better off for it. So I don't intend to vote for this. I would ask you to vote against the bill, and let's come up with an alternative that establishes a fifth tier that preserves the viability of the system, that leaves the retiree better off and leaves us in a better position to negotiate with the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
I'd like to speak on the bill, please.
You're recognized to speak on the bill, sir.
I'd like to mention a term that I did not know until several years back. I should have been aware of it much earlier, and I've not heard that term mentioned in this whole debate. That term is normal cost. Normal cost means how much it costs to keep the system going for the current benefits for the current employees. And the normal cost for someone who goes to work for the state of Mississippi today is 9% or thereabout. The normal cost under this plan is 9% or thereabout. That means that every penny that is held out of the employee's check, if he's an employee today under existing law or an employee when this becomes law, will be paying for his or her own retirement out of the deduction from his or her own paycheck. The employer's contribution, 20%, whatever it is going entirely to pay benefits for people who are already vested under the original and earlier versions of the plan. So all of this talk about changing benefits is just dealing with trying to allocate more and more money for paying off current obligations. And you're not doing much for the current employees now, let alone the current employees under this system. It's hard to overemphasize how much the assumed rate of return matters. All of these figures are using a 7% assumed rate of return. That's less than the system's been getting. It's an entirely pessimistic number, and by using that number, you really paint a picture that could be more grim than it really is. But if you will look at this chart that was up on the board, which it's gone now, the chart that was up on the screen, what happens is all of the various options begin to turn down in the out years. And what happens is those of us who are under the original plan are dying out. That's why the bars are all going down. But at any rate, if we're going to have a Tier 5, we're essentially establishing a new retirement system. We're writing on a clean slate. And if that's what we're doing, what I think we ought to do is think seriously about what sort of plan do we want to have, what sort of plan is more just, and what sort of plan is affordable. Who are we trying to help? The first thing which I think is overlooked in this debate is that the retirement system is paternalistic. The retirement system is based on the notion that we collectively as a group of people know what's better for individuals than they do for themselves. If not, we just give them the paycheck. We wouldn't have a retirement system. We just pay the individuals the money and let them take care of their own retirement. They don't do that. It's expensive for them to do that. The cost of their doing it individually is much greater than the cost of all of us doing it collectively. The system is set up primarily to help people in later life. As I phrase it, I'm concerned about people in their 60s, and in particular in their 70s and 80s and 90s. A retirement system is not to help people in their 40s and 50s. And when this 25-year retirement went through, there was all this double talk about actuary this, actuary that, and all I kept saying is you can't retire in your 40s and 50s and draw a benefit and live off it the rest of your life. But that's what happened. If what we're concerned about is people in their 70s and 80s and 90s, then one of the things we need to think about is what happens to their benefits because of inflation. One of the things that could be done, which I think has not been done anywhere in this process, because frankly the process has been fairly opaque. There hasn't been an opportunity to have committee meetings and discuss options. But one of the things that one could do is start a cost of living adjustment, but start it when someone reaches age 70. Start it when someone reaches age 72. Because if you'll think about it, the people that we need to worry about are the people who live a very long time based on a salary they earned very long ago, and their benefits and their out years are not keeping up with inflation and are shrinking. We can help those people. And you'll excuse me if I'm a lot more interested in someone years from now, 85, 90 years old, that suddenly finds their retirement check eaten up by inflation than I am about someone who wants to retire and take a trip to Paris. The system that's the proposal that's before you does take into account age in some respects. It does provide for retirement at 62 and 65 and after 35 years. I think all those are steps in the right direction. The difficulty is until you sit and look at options and try thing one and thing two and thing three, you don't know how much anything's costing you. How much would it cost to start a COLA that started at age 80? How much would it cost to start a COLA at age 78, 75, 73? One should consider those things to see what you might want to do. So far as I know, in all of this process, there's never been an attempt to look at how much it would cost to start a COLA, I'll just say a 2% COLA that starts at age 70. We don't know how much that would cost. The shift to a defined contribution system seriously undermines what we're trying to do with the plan in the first place. And I'll say again, if we weren't concerned, if we didn't know that people do not, as a group, save for their old age what they need to save, we wouldn't be having this retirement plan in the first place. But we know that people get old without Social Security and without this plan. People got old and didn't have enough money to get by on. So when you shift to a defined contribution system, particularly allowing all these withdrawals and this, that, and the other thing and saving money for your children, everybody that saves money for future generations, that's a wonderful thing to do. It has nothing to do with the retirement system. The purpose of this retirement system is not for people to leave money to their children. That's a wonderful thing to do. Save money on the side. Buy a house, pay the house off, leave the value of their house to your children. If that's what you want to do for your children, that's a wonderful thing to do. We don't have money to pay for that. The money that we have in this system that we collect goes into a fund to provide benefits for folks who are alive and on the earth. I will say that I went to the board meeting last week or whenever it was because I had heard about this so-called endorsement of the system. Actually, the board passed a resolution that's a paragraph or so, and if you read it closely, it says that they endorse a system sort of like this, but I don't see how they could endorse this particular system because this bill hadn't been drafted at that time. There was a proposal made by a member of the board to adopt a system that did have a 1% COLA and did not have a defined contribution feature. And the argument was made at the board meeting, this will confuse the legislature. If we endorse two plans, that'll confuse the legislature. So I was sitting in the audience next to someone I knew, and every time the term confuse the legislature came up, we just sort of looked at each other and rolled our eyes. We don't need any help. We don't need any help in being confused. We can handle that on our own. But with all of that, there was a very close vote on endorsing the other system. One of the problems with this whole process is so much of it has been done behind closed doors. And had we been able to have a more open process, we could have looked at options. We could have seen how much thing 1, thing 2, thing 3, or thing 4 cost. We could have thought through the implications of allowing people to withdraw lump sums. One of the terrible features of the existing system, and thank goodness the bill does away with that, is the ability to get lump sums immediately upon retirement. It undermines the money you'll need in future years, which is what the plan does. Just a quick word on how we got in this mess in the first place, and I'll finish. I think the 25-year retirement was a major mistake. There was also a director of the system several directors ago who kept walking the halls of the legislature urging us to increase benefits. And to give you an idea of how bad things were, there was on the books, fortunately with a trigger, there was on the books a plan to subsidize health insurance payments for retirees on top of all the rest of this. One of my many futile efforts was trying to stop that, and I made procedural motions and did everything I could, but that got on the books, but it was not affordable. And so that's how we got the 3% COLA. In my opinion, a fixed COLA is a desirable thing. The amount of it was too high, and I think starting a COLA beginning at the age if someone retires would be useful. The other thing that happened, two other things that happened, just as all of those benefits were enacted, we started having a downturn in the market and eventually got into a long period of zero inflation. As a result of that, the payroll did not increase. The system had a very conservative estimate about how much payroll was going to increase, including growth in employees, growth in salaries because of inflation. But the number of covered people has declined. The payroll is declining. And I'm concerned, just as Senator Wiggins is, about where we're headed, but the threat to the system by the declining number of covered people and the declining dollars of payroll is a bigger threat than anything else. So I cannot vote for this bill. I'm not trying to encourage anybody to vote one way or another, but I will simply tell you that I can't vote for this. I think we should consider other alternatives, and I think we should have time to think about this at leisure and scratch our heads and think and understand what we're doing. We're down here late in the afternoon looking at a chart on a screen that we can't understand with colored lines that are all the same color and we can't tell one from the other. That's just not a good way to make decisions. That's why I'll be voting no, but I would hope that at some point there would be something we could all agree on, and as was suggested, pass something 52-0. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
Question of Senator Bryan, please.
Senator Bryan, with you for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you. Senator Bryan, you made a comment about possibly the COLA should be looked at retirees when they reach the age of 70. I tend to think that might be a good idea, but however, in 1999, it was not done that way. The COLA was put at a guaranteed 3% compounding amount, and I think probably 90% of the members who are sitting in these seats right now were not here at that time. You were chairman of the Finance Committee. Can you explain to me where that 3% came from and why they thought that was a good idea? And
because the director of the retirement system at that time was walking the halls of this legislature, encouraging everyone to vote for that.
And it was his idea to come up with 3%? It was the PERS board?
There was a proposal for a 2.5% COLA. This is the problem. The COLA, as it is called, was originally a bonus that the board could award if the system had a good year. That is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. If you have a good year, you need to store up for the lean years, which are definitely coming. But that's what had happened. And so the board had been awarding a COLA, and times were good, but they needed to reduce, which at that time was a 4% COLA. And so replacing that variable 4% COLA with a fixed COLA, which compounded but with a lower number, was a good thing to do, conceptually. But after the 2.5% COLA failed in the first year, largely because I killed the bill, and just, he was back the next year saying, now we've got money, we can have a 3% COLA. And ultimately, the repeated entreaties of the director prevailed. And I'll say again, the director was back the following year saying, we need to do something to subsidize health care for retirees before they get on Medicare. It was just hard for the legislature institutionally to say no to that.
Well, we find ourselves with a body that runs the retirement system that benefits from increases. They never have a motivation to want to cap that at all. Was there any thought about putting a consumer price index increase to it, maybe with a cap of 3%? Or do you think that would be advisable in the future on our fifth tier?
To answer your question, exactly what we need to do, in my opinion, is have some COLA attached to a cost of living index, probably with a subtraction from the index number. Because what we were looking at the time, as best I remember, was a period of high inflation. And it was thought that the 3% compounded COLA would be less than the annual rate of inflation. That was wrong, that was a miscalculation. But the goal was never to keep you up with inflation. The goal was to alleviate the dramatic reduction in your check. And that would be a good thing to do. Looking at the cost of living and finding an index would be an excellent thing to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Daniels, you're recognized to close, please, sir. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I appreciate the input, particularly from Senator Bryan, because he has been here through all of this, and he's also been a source of information for me. And just so you know, Senator Bryan, I've requested the actuaries run the cost of a COLA for someone who is 70 or 72. I think that's a very good idea. One of the things we're doing today with the Tier 5 is we're building a framework, and there's a little bit of discussion about whether or not the board endorsed it or didn't endorse it, what the board did. You know what's great? That bill we passed last year, I slipped into that bill. I didn't slip it in. I put it in right up in front of everybody, is that the PERS board meetings had to be live streamed, broadcast, archived, so y'all can go see what was said, just like in the Senate. I found that actually shocking that those things were not broadcast because of, the magnitude of the money they handle. But what I'd like to do is to direct you to a couple of dates, and I'll be glad to email these all out to you. But in December 18 of 2024, the PERS board met and discussed at length these plans. And by the way, they've been discussing plans like a hybrid for 5 years. And I'd like to let you look at the report of the Legislative Committee, and you'll see the exact language of the motion that's been adopted, of which I'm operating under, saying the PERS board has endorsed such a Tier 5 proposal as this in the framework. What's good about that is, I believe I'm being straight up and very honest about that. In addition to it, there was a motion made and want to insert the parenthetical language, yada, yada, yada. or a defined benefit. Now, this was put before the PERS board, the same board that your constituents told you they wanted to keep, they trusted, they knew the system, they believed, they had their best interest at heart. And if you'll notice, there was a motion that said, or a defined benefit that gives the same results. Now I'll get to the one that doesn't have the same results that was presented to you. But even in the hypothetical that a defined benefit gave the same results, that was the motion. And I want you to notice the second, because you got to have a second before you can vote on it. There is no board member named none. N-O-N-E means they couldn't even get a second from the people that we say we trusted, the people we stand up for, and the people that your constituents wanted. Now, ultimately, a vote was taken, and that vote had 1 no. Now, it did have an abstention, so I said 9-1. I think that's how it's counted in the record book, but it's 8-1-1, to be honest with you, but 1 no. So, we continue to work on this DB that was discussed at this very meeting. By the way, you can go watch it on your own time. I have watched it to make sure what I said up here today was accurate. To the very best of my ability, and I will tell you I deviated in 2 areas. There's 2 areas I deviated from that presentation. One was to reinstate military service credit. Now, I'm just telling you, I have never raised my right hand and stood for my country as people who have served in active duty, but I firmly believe they should have kept that benefit. So if I got outside of the framework, I got outside of the framework by saying, no, our military veterans deserve to keep the same benefits that they had prior. The second thing I did, I felt like you ought to be able to retire if you gave the state 35 years of your life, no matter how old you are. So I'll take the blame for those 2, and I appreciate Senator Bryan complimenting that. But nonetheless, I firmly believe this is the framework. I believe this is the basis of the Tier 5, and there will be add-ons in the future that I think are beneficial very much, maybe an old age COLA, which I think is a phenomenal idea from Senator Bryan. But I just wanted you to have the motion so there's no confusion that not only was the defined benefit as presented at that time not voted for, it couldn't even get a vote because it couldn't get a second. December 18, that's all recorded, the committee meeting, then actually the meeting of the Board of Trustees, where once again it was attempted to do something very similar. After that, we actually met in committee in 216, brought these bills out. I didn't have final language. I tried to present it the best I could, but it's recorded and you can hear what I said then, and I mentioned military and I mentioned 35 years. After that meeting, the PERS board called an emergency meeting on last Wednesday, a week from today. And so from 1 to 3, I was over at the PERS board. Senator Blunt was there part of the time. I think Senator Bryan was there. And we rehashed all this again. And the graph you got stuck up on the board was presented, and the actuaries were there. And by the way, we all trust the actuaries. They're smarter than I am. That's who we're operating off of. And the comment was made, it was just statistically the same. So you've basically been fed that same line here today, that a DB 1% is just about the same as our plan, maybe better. In 2064, and by the way, you don't have to take my word for it, you can go back and watch it, it's on the video. In 2064, this plan was 96.6% funded, which was 10.5% more funded than the offer that was presented to you today as an alternative, which nobody dropped as a bill, by the way. 173 other people could have dropped a bill on PERS. Mine's the only one I saw. So 10.5% difference. I asked the actuary, I said, how much is 10.5%? $15 billion. So if $15 billion is pocket change for you, you got deeper pockets than I got. $15 billion is a lot of money, but that's not the important part. The risk of a DB is all absorbed by the plan sponsor, which is your state, your counties, your cities, your school districts. Our actuaries and our investment returns have been changed a lot over the years, lowered expectations, things like that. That's what drives the rate up. The second thing you were handed shows baseline projections and what you're going to need to pay and what the actuaries are asking. I want you to look at 2024, the bottom yellow line. They asked for 25.92%. That's 25.92% of payroll. Then in 29, they need 30.11. Then in 34, they need 34.8. In 44, they need 2047, they need 51.92% of payroll. That's what they're going to ask. Go home and ask your mayor or your supervisor or your superintendent. Can you pay 51.92% employee rate? Because we just want to do what we've always done. Well, they don't want to do what we've always done. We just want to get in a slower car to go over the same cliff. I say, let's have a little bit of faith in the PERS board like we were asked to last year. They rejected it. Now everybody wants to say it's a closer vote. It was a closer vote because they had 2 people absent. But the PERS board has rejected what was presented to you. They have, I'll let you judge. You go watch it, but I'll stand in front of everybody and say they endorsed a Tier 5 framework of what's been presented to you today and what's been presented for several years. So I would ask this body to, in fact, adopt this. We will continue to work with the PERS board. We'll continue to work with our employers, but your cities and counties have told us clearly, and your schools and everybody else has said, we can't pay 22.4, because that was the outcry last year. 25.92 is higher than 22.4, and I can assure you 50% is higher. This is a good plan. This is a plan that puts more money toward the people who've already made their commitment. And by the way, new hires come in, and new hires will agree to what they agree to. That's the way it works. So I'm not going to belabor how we got here, because I inherited it. I've been here 6 years, and I've inherited some good stuff from people that were before us and some bad stuff. But one of the things I'd like to do today is make it better for future legislators, for future employers in the state of Mississippi, by putting together a program that gives more individual opportunity to our state employees. And I would ask you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you. For that, I would move for passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator Bryan objects to the procedure. Please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackwell. Brumfield. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Jordan. McLendon. Seymour. Suber. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Berry, Boyd. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Berry, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Sparks, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Horn, Jackson, McClendon, Norwood, Parker, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir?
Announce a pair.
Yes, sir.
If Senator Jordan were here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
Suber, aye. Jordan, no. Pair. Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed while we wait on the count.
In the North Gallery, I'd like to ask Robert West to stand on behalf of Senator Bryan. It's actually his constituent, but he's my friend here visiting tonight for the rodeo. Let's give him a big Senate welcome.
By a vote of 30 yeas, 16 nays, the bill passes. We'll go to announcements. Senator Younger.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask for an excused absence for Senator Seymour. He had some surgery done this morning.
Seeing no objection granted. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold on yesterday's calendar item number 166 in Bill 2748 on a motion to reconsider. And then I would also like to hold item number 100 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2499, on a motion to reconsider.
100, Mr. Clerk.
I think that's it.
Senator Wiggins.
Announcement, please. I would like be added as with unanimous consent as a co-author on number 85 on today's calendar.
Please proceed.
My desk mate, Senator Jordan, would like to be added with unanimous consent as a co-author of the following bills. Item 72, Senate Bill 2233, item 73, Senate Bill 2618. Thank you.
Without objection, Senator Simmons,
Announcement, Mr. President.
please proceed.
The Jackson State University and Dr. Marcus Thompson, they are inviting all legislators to the Capitol Club. The reception is going on right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Younger.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on item number 76 on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2654.
2654, Mr. Clerk. Senator Simmons, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as a co-author for item number 73, 2618, number 89, 2867, number 95, 2527, and number 96, 2883. Thank you.
You got that, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Senator Blackwell.
For announcement.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, junior page pictures will be taken with Lieutenant Governor and Senators Barrett, Harkins, Parkin, Parks, Tate, and Thomas. That'll be at 9:45.
Thank you. Any other announcements? I want to thank the Senate today for tremendous work all day long. We look up to furnish tomorrow's deadline day. We look forward to finishing. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Till 10 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand adjourned.